Good morning, everyone. This time for real. Apologies for the slight delay, also to those who have connected to the webinar at 9:30 sharp. On behalf of CU, the Department of Legal Studies, and the ESOL Interest Group on Social Sciences and International Law, I am beyond thrilled to welcome you here to this auditorium to talk about the aesthetics of international law. Let me spend 2 words about the auditorium itself. Given the themes of the conference, maybe take a look around the room, absorb its aesthetics, and think about the type of imagery it evokes. Obviously, you will see no Oxford charm or even Viennese grandeur around here. You're sitting in a modern building located in a traditionally blue-collar district in what was the Soviet sector of Vienna after World War II. Not only do these spaces impact the type of interactions and conversations that we will have for the next couple of days, they also tell a bit of a story about CU itself, at least in its recent history. After our move, let's call it like that, from Budapest to Vienna, and amid the COVID pandemic, we have now relocated in a completely new academic and social environment, fortunately with the welcome and support of Vienna's authorities. We will soon move to a new campus, and we're very proud of all the efforts that have gone into this relocation. We are still very much in the process of getting settled in our new home, recalibrating our academic agenda, and trying to establish new collaborations with research centers in Western Europe and beyond. And I think it is in this spirit that this conference came to be. The idea was to look at the aesthetics of international law from a cross-disciplinary perspective, bringing together scholars from the fields of law, social sciences, philosophy, and why not, the visual arts. Now, the politics of interdisciplinarity are always complex, are always a delicate business, but it is exactly those politics that we are trying to navigate with the ESOL interest group. We knew of many projects popping up around the world that deal in a broad sense with the imageries of international law and the imaginations of international lawyers. So we thought that we tried to bring those projects together under one roof to see whether they could enter a conversation with one another or at the very least provoke some mutual irritation. What we did not expect was such an overwhelming response to the call for papers. Over the next 2 days, we will hear speakers from all continents, except Antarctica, depending, at all levels of academic seniority, and I think that their papers speak volumes about the diversity of sensibilities that already exist or are emerging out there. I will also have the privilege of conversing with our 3 keynote speakers, Professors Annelies Riles, Pierre Schlag, and Andrea Bianchi, 3 scholars whose work has a deep connection with aesthetics, but who I believe articulate this connection in quite different ways. Now, without taking too much time away from our speakers, I think that the papers and presentations raise a number of broad questions. First, how do our visualization of international law affect our perceptions of the system? What is our reaction when Jean d'Apremont and Eric de Brabander write that any legal argument must meet certain canons of beauty? Or what is our reaction when Marty Koskaniemi defined European or Eurocentric international law as kitsch? Imagination is never neutral. It comes with distributive consequences. Depending on our aesthetic representations of international law, we think differently about its promises, its limits, its legitimacy, and its shortcomings. Second question, what does it mean for us, academics broadly interested in international law, to look at it through an aesthetic framework. What does that framework reveal and what does it obscure? Again, imagination is never neutral. Putting on aesthetic spectacles enables us to see certain aspects of international law, but inevitably makes us lose sight of something else. And third and final question, is there anything progressive in all of this? At a time where the substance of international law is said to be under attack on so many fronts, can our engagement with the forms and representations of international law somehow provide a platform for emancipatory action? I'm very excited to see whether and how these questions will be answered, and I'm very thankful to all of you for being here. Just a couple of housekeeping points before I stop. So first, as you can tell, the program is a bit of a marathon. We will alleviate it with lunch and coffee breaks, but the schedule is tight. So I would kindly remind all of the speakers to please respect the allotted time of 15 minutes per panel paper, so that we have enough time for discussion. Second, the conference is being recorded for archival purposes. We are aware that some of you do not wish to be recorded, so we will stop the recording button when it comes to your presentations. And if bits and pieces of the discussion, your appearance remain in the footage, we'll edit them out right after the conference. Please do let us know if you have any objections or questions about this. This is very important. We can talk about it during the coffee break. Third, the guest email password, as you may already know, is Budapest 1991 with a capital B in one word. You can find it in the copies of the program that were handed to you at the entrance. And finally, this evening, all speakers are cordially invited to the conference dinner at Maya am Vorplatz. The weather is really not our ally today, but the place is lovely. It's at the foot of the Vienna Hills. We have circulated the details about the dinner in a separate email, but just to remind you, right after today's last session, a group of us will head there directly with Tram D, a few meters away from CEU. So if any of you wants to join us, like this early expedition, you're very welcome to come with us. Otherwise, you can reach the place through whichever means you prefer. Very finally, Anna Javor, our departmental coordinator, are here for you, remain at your disposal for any questions you may have throughout the conference. Enjoy and welcome to CEU. And now to start with the band, it's my immense pleasure to invite to the podium our first keynote speaker, Professor Annelies Riles. Annelies. So let me see if this works so that I can. Yeah. So can you hear me? Yeah, great. So, well, Professor Riles hardly needs any introduction. Anyone who's ever dabbled, even superficially, in legal anthropology will probably have encountered and be inspired by her work. But academic etiquette requires that I do introduce you for 1 minute. Annelies is currently a professor of law and anthropology at Northwestern University. There, she also serves as executive director of the Roberta Buffett Institute for Global Studies and as associate provost for global affairs. Previously, Annelies was a professor of law and anthropology at Cornell for almost 20 years. Among her many, many achievements, Annelies was the recipient of the 2018 Annelies Meyer Prize for Lifetime Achievement, awarded to 6 scholars across disciplines by the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and the 2001 Certificate of Merit of the American Society of International Law for her seminal ethnographic book, The Network Inside Out. Professor Riles is an interdisciplinary scholar in the most genuine sense of the word. Her research spans fields as diverse as international and comparative law, global governance and institutions, human rights, financial regulations, and cybersecurity. All fields which I may add, you, Annelies, navigate with a keen aesthetic sensibility, I would say. A cursory run through your publications reveals titles like Global Designs, the Aesthetics of International Legal Practice, The View from the International Plane, The Empty Place, or even Is the Law Hopeful? Annelise, thank you so much for being with us today. I think your talk is strongly connected to the theme of the conference. As I just kind of mentioned, aesthetics are a matter of perception, depending on how we perceive the field of international and global law. Certain actors, interests, and processes come into focus, while others slip into the background. And today we'll speak to us about an unseen, often unseen, but crucial actor in global law and governance, the university and the academy. What can you tell us about it? Why and how should we place these actors on the map of global processes? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Oops. This make this one? Yes. Okay, good. Well, thank you so much, Tommaso, for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this. I have to say, when I heard about this event, I thought I absolutely have to attend. I want to hear every single paper. It's really exciting to see that we're in a moment in which there's the possibility of having a whole conference about the aesthetics of international law. I've been, as Tommaso mentioned, really thinking about aesthetics of international law since the 1990s when I did fieldwork with the United Nations Fourth World Conference on Women. Let's just say that at the time at which I did that research, it was considered total insanity. Nobody thought aesthetics could be a serious subject, and thought that there'd be 100 paper submissions for a conference was unthinkable. So this is a wonderful, wonderful moment. Now, just Tommaso mentioned that we probably will have many different definitions of aesthetics during this conference. And so just to be clear about what I mean when I talk about aesthetics, I'm not, for myself, not talking about beauty. I thinking more in terms of, if you like, maybe Rancière's definition of a system of forms, of a priori forms that are generative in the world of how we act, of who the actors are, and so forth. They're literally world constituting, world making. So, for example, in my work, The Network Inside Out, the book that Tommaso mentioned, I look at brackets or bullets, these devices that lawyers use to negotiate texts, which are not beautiful from the point of view of the people who use them, but that are very, very constitutive of what international law becomes. There's no doubt about that. Or the material practices of producing documents, managing documents. And I also have long been interested in the visual representations of social and institutional forms, especially networks from that time. So in the 1990s, an era which was arguably the high point of international legal institutions, I was tracking the emergence of what then was celebrated as a new transnational institutional form, the network. And the network was held out as a kind of engine to solve the most intractable global problems, to do what institutions, the UN, the World Bank, could not do, by bypassing traditional forms of organization, working across scale, bypassing the perceived old-fashioned institutional forms like the nation state, and allowing new kinds of actors, especially NGOs, to communicate and organize directly. So that was sort of the fantasy project. And I was interested in the aesthetics of this idea of the network. Okay, how they were generative of commitment, celebration or conflict, what kinds of agency they brought into being. Now, today, I think this conference is an indication of the fact that it's far less controversial to speak about aesthetics as a tool of global governance than it was. And not just because in the academic literature we have this wonderful proliferation of interdisciplinary work, but also because I'm going to venture to suggest today that aesthetics, the nature of aesthetics in international law itself has changed since the 1990s. That we're now in an era when the aesthetic power of international law is much more explicit. It's much more part of the strategy. So in the 90s, it was up to an anthropologist observing this to say, you people all seem really fascinated with these forms. Why? And they'd be like, why? Why? No, we're not. We're just doing our thing, But now they would be very, very explicit about design having that kind of power. And so that raises new kinds of questions for us and new kinds of opportunities, as Tomasa was saying. The other thing that I think is, interestingly similar but also different is that as a generation ago, the aesthetics of international law were aimed to reach beyond, the traditional actors, the nation states, their diplomats, and so forth, the international technocrats. But arguably, the target audience now is even broader. That is, that in the 90s, it was about reaching these new actors called NGOs that were already semi-professionalized publics, right? They weren't mom and pop. They were people who were activists around particular subjects and were organized as such and were connecting with one another. But now I want to suggest the aesthetics are about reaching everybody, from the school child to the corporate executive and everybody in between. And so it's a different vision of the power of aesthetics, an even broader one. Okay, so what I want to do today, we don't have much time, but I thought what might be useful to the conference is not to do what I promised Thomas I would do. I think talking about universities is too much for the amount of time we have today, but to really just to give us one example that we could use to talk with across our projects throughout the conference. And it's an example I think that we all probably know precisely because of its power, which is the United Nations SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So let's just unpack this a little bit and maybe we can use it as a kind of Esperanto throughout the weekend. So the United Nations SDGs, as you probably know, were created in 2015. They set goals for the year 2030. They've been adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, and they're, visible everywhere by their trademark colors, the boxes with the pictograms. They appear on subway trains, on airplanes, on the lapels of executives, in school textbooks, and even here on the left in university rankings as a symbol of success and academic success. There are hundreds of language versions of the SDGs, and they are the subject of sometimes muted criticism in the academic literature for their substance, sometimes support from academics. But interestingly, as far as I know, no serious discussion of the aesthetics of the SDGs themselves. So this might be a fun topic for us to think with. All right, so now what about the aesthetics? Well, this design was created by one Jakob Trollbach, who is a Swedish branding and design guru. He has designed brands like Disney, Marriott Hotels, ABC Television, Sesame Street. And he took on this project and set out to give the United Nations what he called a global brand. He said the UN needs a brand. And what he said about this is, I sought to design a universal messaging system that is recognizable and accessible by simplifying the daunting language of geopolitics and creating a universal language for change. Now, where did these 17 goals come from? What he was handed was a giant report, which had 17 messy goals. There was a lot of debate about these goals. Not everybody liked them. Different countries thought there were too many or some shouldn't be included. Under these goals were 189 sub-goals. They didn't have these names. They were sort of long textual things. If you've seen the report, you just can't imagine that it could turn into this. So Trollbach himself worked very, very hard to turn this giant bureaucratic UN report into a series of keywords. And he invented these words, by the way, the words that we use, and gave each one a color and an icon. This was then went through several layers of bureaucratic approval. It ultimately had to be voted on by the General Assembly, so by all the nation states. And there were some really interesting changes made by the bureaucrats. So one that I'll come back to, he says his greatest regret about all this is SDG 17, which is partnership for the goals. He had wanted it to be called Global Consciousness, but the UN thought that was too woo-woo and like, kind of out there, kind of like, so no. So they just, and he refused to give an alternative word for it. And so they went back. This is language. If you look at the United Nations Millennium Goals, you'll see there was partnership with the goals, and they just kind of plugged that back in because they didn't have any other text to use. So that's how we got Goal 17. He had to face a lot of criticism. A lot of bureaucrats at the UN thought this was simplistic, infantile. The colors looked like some sort of child's game. But he said, and failed to communicate the complexity of these issues, but he said that's precisely the power of this. This is going to affect everyone. And what he says now is our logotype here is a rallying point, an enthusiastic symbol for change, and most of all, a colorful expression of hope. Let's come back to that. Okay. So the goal was to make people care, to motivate ordinary people to action. Now, what I want to do is contrast this. If we take this as a kind of artifact of our moment, as anthropologists trying to understand our world, this is an artifact of today. What I'd like to do is contrast it with the world that I studied in the 1990s. And here's an image from my book, The Network Inside Out, of this is something that I collected in the field of a typical network map as it was produced by NGOs in the 1990s. So you see here, what does the network look like? Aesthetic question, right? And then it has levels at the regional level, at the national level. So we can see sort of aesthetics of scale here, and this kind of design. So what can we say about networks at that time as tropes of global governance? Well, they were positioned as innovations on and against traditional institutions like nation states, for sure. So you see the nation states are there, but then there are also other actors, and it's not just about the nation states being organized in some direct way. There's all these other things happening, regional offices and so on. And they were imagined to cross distances, geographical, disciplinary, cultural, political, and to manage a remarkable heterogeneity of persons, of interests, of institutions, of different genres, different types, through constraints of form. So you see the form is repeated, right? The actors can change, the scale can change, but the form is repeated at every level. And what the network proclaimed was infinite openness, extensibility at the level of the potentiality of form. Of course, in practice, as a social scientist, it's obvious that it's closed in all kinds of ways. You can see actually the diagrams are closed, right? They're not open. And in particular, you had to be a kind of specialized actor, an NGO, to participate in this world. But I think that one can see this as, first of all, a kind of postmodern idea, what that was happening in the 1990s. A reflexive world in which you describe yourself using tools that are very social scientific in their flavor, right? There's a whole social science of networks that they were emulating here in the aesthetics of that social science to produce this image of themselves. And the idea that if we reflexively self-describe ourselves in this way, then that world that we're describing will come into being. We will will this world into being through our description. So in that sense, it was kind of of a moment with the postmodernism happening in theory and a sort of aesthetics of emergence. We can create this. All right. So now from that, what can we say about the contrast with this? Well, I mean, the UN meetings that I studied in the 90s were a time of robust global phenomena, right? We had big global conferences. There was a lot of hope. There was a lot of sense you could create things. A sort of confident universalist moment. Maybe that seems very out of date now. Today, that kind of faith in internationalism has vanished for the most part. The United Nations no longer has that kind of power, and gone is the faith in progress through deliberation and networking and so forth. We tend to see now that we tend to imagine that kind of technocratic expertise no longer has the appeal that it has. It's under all kinds of critique. The idea of an infinitely expandable network that everyone can come in and be brought into the conversation seems quite naive in a world of increasing populist attacks on international cooperation and so forth. So So we're in a very, very different world. So this is something created for this world that we're in now, very different. So what can we say about it? Well, first of all, let's think about the difference between a world in which you have networks of women's rights organizations working together to a world of the SDGs. Now, gender, of course, is one of the SDGs, number 5, but it's one among others. It's in a box. If the women's movements of the 1990s thought that these networks were actually going to create gender justice around the world, this actually is, I would argue, a much more circumscribed vision. Yes, we're supposed to achieve all these goals by the year 2030, but I don't know that anyone actually believes that we will achieve any of them by the year 2030, right? So there's a kind of, we all say we must achieve these things, knowing full well that they're kind of unachievable. So that confusion is, that lack of self-confidence is sort of built into the project. Now, gender is one among many, reflecting, I think, some of the critical attacks on the kind of women's rights of the 90s, the importance of intersectionality, the fact that everything is relevant to gender and gender is relevant to everything. But it also is a kind of teched up version of, the project of sort of NGOs being much more about justice and, sort of activism. This is a much more tech aesthetic. So we've moved from an aesthetics of social justice in the form of the network to an aesthetics of more like innovation with these technologies. Now, the other thing that we can say is that we've moved from an aesthetic of scale. So remember this idea of scale being very important, that, you're kind of seeing what happens at the global level and what's happening at the regional level and at the national level, and they're all kind of related to one another, which is that sort of confident internationalist vision, to a much more agnostic idea of the relationship of global to local. And scale here is much more confusing in the aesthetics. So some of these goals are relational, like gender and no poverty. Some of them are about material conditions in the world, like clean water. Some are areas of life below water, life on land. Some are normative, like decent work and responsible consumption. And one, of course, is the condition for all the others, partnership for the goals. So these are things of different scale and different order, all brought into coherence only through design. But there's no way in which those things have any coherence of any other kind, right? It's not like the scale of a regional network versus the scale of a global network, which has some perceived coherence in the world. But most importantly here, what I want to stress is the difference in where this aesthetic comes from. So the network aesthetic is a kind of sociological aesthetic again. I described it as sort of auto-sociology. It's a phenomenon in the world that deploys sociological self-description as a way of doing its work. Contrast this. Where did Trollbach get the inspiration from this table? Does anybody want to guess? What is it? Yes, that's right. Exactly. It is the periodic table. Exactly. Right? And he called it a periodic system of change. Okay, so it's the image of chemistry. Absolutely right. Now, what is the difference between a sociological aesthetic and an aesthetic of chemistry? Let's think about that for a second. First of all, periodic table is an incredibly powerful image of scarcity and its limits. This is everything. Everything in the world is contained within the periodic table, in this case, the periodic table of change. So unlike the network, which is infinitely expandable, there's always more stuff to learn. There's other networks we could draw and make, what have you. This is everything. It's the totality. He said this is a map of all the problems in the world that we have. So it's an incredibly powerful, even arguably arrogant scientific idea. Everything in the world is made of this. It's also an idea for a moment of sustainability, right? Because the idea is not a world that's infinitely expandable, but one that has limits. And we have to work creatively within the limits we have. So the aesthetic kind of, if you like, speaks to the sort of the problem of sustainability under the hood. and so the aesthetics mirrors the message in that way. The other thing about chemistry, of course, is that the whole game is about the combination and recombination of elements. Compounds are made by mixing things together, right? And so what we have here is every element in the chart can be combined with others. And he spent about 5 months working on the color scheme here. He wanted colors that were distinctive, but each color could be combined with every other color and it would go well in his view. So the idea was that each one of these could be paired or tripled and they would look great together. And of course, color is a project of chemistry itself, right? Color is a chemical issue. So what we have then is an aesthetic of combining and recombining rather than infinitely expanding like a network. And I'll give you a story of how this works from my own campus. So Tommaso mentioned that I am Associate Provost for Global Affairs, and one of my projects in this way is to try to make our students think more globally. And that's really hard to do because as you know, at any university, making any changes to curriculum or teaching is a huge political process. You have curricular committees, different schools, different projects. How do you unify the curriculum? It's so difficult. And so we came up with an idea, a very simple idea. Let's just tag all the courses at the university according to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. How could it be controversial? We're just adding a tag. So if your class is about gender, we'll put a 5 tag. And if it's about water, we'll put a 6 tag. And this concept encountered zero political resistance. It was the easiest institutional project in the world, right? Everyone was happy to have their tag. Nothing had to change. Nothing had to be moved around. It didn't have to go to any committees, didn't have to get any approvals. And the idea was, yet it felt innovative to people because there was this imagination that if I'm that there might be a student out there who's interested in economic growth and who could track their way through the curriculum across the humanities and the arts and the sciences and the business school, looking for classes with this tag 8 and self-create a sort of bespoke curriculum that spoke to the issues they cared about. And so, so this idea of, it's not saying that anybody must do that or anybody even would, but it creates this possibility of self-identifying cohorts of people moving across boundaries and creating these connections. So let's think a little bit, if you like, about this as a moment in which the aesthetics of relationality of the 1990s, the network, gets displaced with what I'm going to call an aesthetics of tagging. An aesthetics of tagging, in which there's a database of possibilities out there. They're all given within the parameters of finite possibilities. And the job is to recombine them in different ways across different borders. Now, tags are interesting. We all probably use tags. And the point of tags is that something can be in different categories or institutional buckets or in different places, and yet still not lose its identification with that place, yet still be connected with other things, right? That's the idea of a tag, as opposed to, and indeed, we use these at the university, we use these to identify professors who are interested in peace. So there might be a professor in the engineering school who's interested in SDG 16 and an English professor who's writing about peace. And suddenly they'll find out about each other, even though they will remain in their separate schools and separate units, but they can connect through the tag, right? And it's precisely the charge of them being separate and yet tagged as connected that makes for new relationality. Likewise, a lot of my work as an administrator, last week I was in Trinidad, and the project of global engagement now for universities is often to say, oh, do you have anyone working on SDG 8? Oh, I've got some people working on SDG 8. Let me connect your 8 to my 8. So this way, the tag becomes a way of doing global governance. So it's a sorting mechanism to find lateral connections across other kinds of divisions. Now, of course, tagging is a much less overtly ambitious project. Creating networks global networks is an institution building initiative. It's supposed to change the world. It's supposed to create new institutional configurations. By definition, tagging doesn't touch existing institutional configurations. It simply creates possibilities for people to think and work across those. And likewise, what happens after sorting is completely unclear and unplanned. If you think about the network is really a lot about the how. How do we connect? How do we do work? How do we work across boundaries? It's really about the sociology of the practice of relationality. This doesn't even tell you how to connect to 8 and 9. You have no idea, no information about that here. Okay. So let me just conclude by saying something about the implications of all this for global governance at this moment. So I want to return here to 2 points from Trollbach that I mentioned earlier. The first, he said that this is most of all, he said, a colorful expression of hope. Colorful expression of hope. And secondly, his idea that 17 is about global consciousness. Now you might think, global consciousness? What? What is he? And you can imagine, folks, the UN. What are you talking about? And global consciousness is a term that suggests almost a kind of transcendence, something spiritual almost, something happening within the individual at a cognitive level that is transformative, not an institutional transformation like a network, but something internal, almost a kind of religious experience. And again, how it happens is mysterious. There's no information about that here. Unlike this very worldly sociological vision of the 90s. It happens almost miraculously through the contemplation of this chart, kind of like a mandala or something. And I use that language advisedly because if the network was, as I suggested, a postmodern artifact, I think there's something of the pre-modern in this. A return to a world in which things are separate and we have a kind of emerging almost religiosity to what's going on through the aesthetics of the form itself. Something transcendent that was definitely not part of the world of the 1990s. And then the last thing I'll say is to the point that Tommaso asked me to speak to, which is about the university, which is that this vision is a vision of science, for sure, right? And universities are the site of science. And I'm finishing a book now, and the way in which universities are emerging in global governance is really key actors. And I don't think it's a coincidence that it's a scientist vision now that unites us. But note what part of the university. It's not the social sciences. It's not the law anymore. It's the pure sciences that are the fantasy object. And so I think that raises a bunch of interesting questions for us to think about also in this weekend, which is where are we situated now as global actors for ourselves, given that global governance is now taking place through this kind of form. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Annelies, for a fascinating talk. I don't want to take up any time from the audience to ask you a question. Let me just ask you one. I think this shift that you just mentioned at the end of your talk from the heavy material sociological imagination of the 90s to these colorful, lighter aesthetic of collaboration is something that we ought to think about. I think if you look at the world of international lawyers open to social sciences, I think much more than they were maybe 20 or 30 years ago, you still do see a lot of rigorous, interesting, empirical, heavy work. Let's call it heavy for a moment. So would you care to comment on how these new forms of aesthetics, how should we as lawyers engage with them? What are our possibilities to play with them also when we try to open up to sociological inquiry or anthropological inquiry? So are we running behind the curve?
Yeah, I mean, there is a question of where is law in this, right? Law is, I guess, under peace, justice, and strong institutions, number 16, buried there with lots of other things. But it's pretty, it's pretty absent, right? And even in the world of networks, you could say, well, there was a lot of regulation happening, and it was heavy, and there was a kind of how do we govern these things and so forth. It's gone here. We don't see law much at all, right? So I think that's a really interesting question for us. Is there a way to, are there spaces in which law borrows this kind of aesthetics of transcendence, let's call it, right? Or is it to be displaced by the aesthetics of transcendence? Are we going to return to an era where it's the artist and maybe the spiritual guru that is the main author of global governance, not us anymore? I don't know. What do you think, Tommaso?
Well, I think so. There were several thoughts that emerged as you were presenting the periodic table of change. So at one level, lawyers are trained to look at the law as a periodic table. So as a number of principal rules and possibilities that are out there ready to be discovered. Of course, the ability is then to combine them and make them work. But the boundaries of the field are close. And that's, I think, a mindset that it took a long time, at least in academic circle, to dislodge and dislocate, to let lawyers and international lawyers open up to open up the field, in a sense. But now, I don't know if that resonates with your experience in teaching law. If we are going back to these kind of like lighter aesthetics, like going back to a closed system that needs to be combined, well, maybe we're either too late or too early on the curve. I don't know what you think about that.
That's super interesting. Right. There's a kind of analog to legal formalism of this, in a sense. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so, well, since the clock is ticking, and I know it's it's always difficult to cut the discussion short, let me look around the room if someone has a question or a comment for Annelise. A lot of hands up. So I saw Moshe first, and then we will do the rounds.
I think it was inspiring indeed. Thank you very much. I think it was inspiring indeed. I would like to ask you, with regard to the scientific schema, is there any, I don't know, any attempt to convey unconsciously a schema that it is scientific, it's not politics, nothing here on corruption, politics, nothing. So, and it is scientific, so it is achievable. I mean, if we will have the right experts in each sphere, it is manageable. I mean, we can get it. Second question, with regard to universal images. I've read very little about it, but as much as I know, there is a cultural differences within the meaning of different colors used here and different images. So does it more in accordance with some culture? Let's say Christian cultures? I have no idea, but is it something regional or religious that we don't pay attention to? Thanks.
Great question. So absolutely, this is about scientific schema. And again, a reaction against a moment of attack on the political nature of international law, right? That we can have, I think one slogan we could have here is from activism of the 90s to innovation, right? We're none of us are for activism anymore. We're all for innovation if we're at the UN, right? Innovation is always good. So scientific, but science then, that kind of kicks it back one level because we all know that science is also under attack now, right? So so this is also a defense of science. It's colorful, it's fun, it's beautiful, it's science with a happy face as opposed to science as the arrogant expertise of some against others. Now, and that brings us to the colors. So I think you could probably guess that that he's Swedish, right? So it has a very sort of Scandinavian feel to it. And I would say, reading I haven't had a chance to interview him yet, but reading his talk about this, there's, as an anthropologist, some naivete, I think, about the universal quality of this, the idea that these images will appeal to everybody in exactly the same way, that these colors will appeal. But the important thing is not whether it's true or not. It's that's the vision. That is his intentionality. The idea is that this will appeal to everyone, that it is truly international. That is the fantasy of what this is. And so then I think your question raises, to me, a methodological question about what is our response to this? Is it to critique it and show that it's not international, that it's actually culturally specific, that people in Thailand react to this differently than people in London? That could be one project. I don't think that's that exciting. I'm sure it's true. It's just what else can we do and say with this? And maybe that's a question that we could ask. How do we respond to this stuff? Where do we find ourselves in this chart now as academics, as social scientists, as lawyers? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Christina Schreiber Patel. I really enjoyed that, and it really made me think a lot about how it aesthetically becomes very difficult to think about structural change through this, right? Because if you think about diagnosing neoliberal capitalism, you're kind of tagging 1 to 17. So I think that that's something that I really took away from your talk. One thing that I'm more skeptical about and that I have a question about is this kind of what I was picking up a little bit, or I guess that's my question to you, is this a nostalgia for the 1990s? Because when I hear networking from the 1990s, I think, well, a different way that networking was always talked about in the 1990s was through globalization, right? So, and globalization was the time in which actually branding really took off, right? Where it became about lifestyle, and it became about image, and everything became, and the NGOs were, of course, one of the first entities to really take that on. So I'm thinking here of sort of Karen Engel's work about Amnesty International, that the NGOs really picked up on this idea of globalization at the expense of thinking about structural change too. So I'm sort of wondering, where you place this. Is it a nostalgia for the 1990s that I'm hearing out of your talk, or where would you place that? Thanks.
Okay, great. So first of all, about that we so the one suggestion is we could have a kind of critique of this along the lines of cultural difference. Another would be along the critique of the sort of latent politics of or depoliticization of this, right? And they've anticipated that critique, because if you look at number 8, decent work in economic growth, they're like, but it's all there. We've already got it. We've included all those structural issues, so just like we already included gender, it's all on the inside already, they think. We could have a view about whether that's true or not, but there is this kind of taming of structural adjustment itself in the project, right? Such that you can't even critique it for missing structural adjustment, because they'll say it's an 8. It's an 8. We covered it, right? So absolutely. I am not nostalgic for the 1980s. I was attacked. I remember my first book review came out. It said I was a cynical lawyer for critiquing, for trying to suggest that the aesthetics of the NGO world were not all happy and wonderful. I think now we all pretty much understand that. But at the time, it was like, how could you attack women's organizations? They're doing great things. I think what's more interesting to me is that there was a problem. You nailed it. There was a problem then. It was a problem of global to local. How do we relate global to local? And the network was a way of solving that problem. That's not our problem anymore, right? We have another problem. It's maybe more about science and politics, and so this reflects a different kind of problematic that we all buy into. That's all I'm suggesting, but I'm not taking sides on one being good or the bad. So thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sylvia Steininger. I'm following up just on Christine because I felt like isn't that part of the problem what we're seeing here? No, because those are periodic tables which are not a network, they're not holistic, and they're not balanced. We can just pick and choose 1 in 10 and say, okay, we fight for sustainable development, and capitalism is not there. Climate change is climate action only. But my question is more like there's also no causality. Like if you compare it to the 1990s kind of network, which is closed, of course, problematic, but would go even further and go to the 1970s, where we have like development theories and all of that stuff, which have a clear causality, which have arrows. And there are no arrows in there. This is chemistry where you can just mention 9 and 16 and you make something explosive, and that's cool. But I really wonder why, like, there's also not even balance in those goals. Like, we don't even have making a round number or something like that. So why I really struggle with the idea that we just completely depolitizing and decausalification all those goals. Were there any other ways to discuss it, or was this always like this periodic table as some kind of common denominator kind of question about that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Like, so there's no causality. There's no real agency. It's almost like it sort of is going to happen on its own. Like these things will combine, right? It's absolutely bizarre. And so then the question, but look how powerful it is, right? I mean, when I go to Japan, every school child knows the SDG goals. It has captivated people to some degree. So then we have to say to ourselves, all right, so it does seem to be a powerful tool of governance in some way. What are we going to do with that, right? And can we understand why it's appealing? And maybe, but then can we begin to anticipate can we look at how people are using it? What are they doing with it? Are they doing anything surprising with these that we can't anticipate? And I guess in addition to the critique, what I'd like to think about is, are there latent possibilities in this that we can exploit, maybe even against itself? So by virtue of the fact that we don't know what we're supposed to do with this, can we imagine things we could do with it that perhaps have some transformative potentials or not? And so that sort of goes to Tommaso's original question, I think, in our opening session. But I don't know. Do you have your thoughts about that?
Hello, thank you. That was wonderful. I'm Isabel Ruler from Queen Mary, University of London. I really loved your work on aesthetics, Anneliese. I think it's wonderful. And I suppose I'm interested in you coming from an anthropological angle and picking up the word aesthetics in the same way that I'm interested in this interest group in social sciences and international law in picking up the word aesthetics particularly. And in a horrible disciplinary way, boxy way, one might expect a word like culture to be a go-to word for anthropology rather than aesthetics. So I suppose my question or observation is, where are the arts and humanities in this? So arts and humanities scholarship in relation to, we've had the social sciences and the hard sciences. And I suppose I'm asking a little bit because in my university, they've renamed the humanities, or are trying to rename them, the human sciences. So I'm quite interested in those kinds of questions from an institutional way. But I'm just wondering a little bit what happens when we think about aesthetics in a social science framing rather than an arts and humanities, or one of the many arts and humanities sort of framings we could think of.
No, great question. And I think especially when you realize something like this, which comes directly out of a design firm, right? It does seem like we need, people who know about things like the Bauhaus, since we're here, and who know about, that clearly there's a whole grammar of that comes from the arts that I don't have expertise in, but I wish somebody would write about it. And amazingly, nobody has about this that I know of. So if anyone knows of anyone, please let me know. I'd like to engage with them. I think there's room. I mean, this conference suggests there's room for a whole bunch of different methodologies in this space, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be quick because I know that we're running to time. Emily Crawford, University of Sydney, and this really is quintessential conference. This is a comment more than a question. Things that strike me: no purple. Yeah. No purple in any of the design. And the other thing that also really strikes me is that the one and only pink for reduced inequalities. I know that from a scientific perspective, the human eye actually can't, like pink doesn't exist as a colour on the colour spectrum, that there is apparently something that your brain does that goes, it's halfway between red and purple, which are technically on opposite ends of the spectrum. So your brain tricks you into thinking that you're seeing pink, which I find fascinating as a choice for reduced inequalities to be essentially an imaginary colour. And I wonder whether anyone's actually done anything about that. Like, was it a deliberate choice not to use purple? Was it a deliberate choice not to use any pastel colours?
So he says he hates the color purple. He absolutely hates the color purple, and he refused to use the color purple. Now, we could ask ourselves why, and I don't know the answer to that, but yes. It is not, well, so that's the other thing we haven't talked about. This is one guy created this thing that we think of as global, but really it was outsourced to one person at one firm who really was the design guru behind the whole thing, right? So this is not international law as we imagine it, produced through big collectivities.
But one person in his own culture.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your talk. Darius Karamanlı from Delft University of Technology. I have an industrial design background.
Great.
So maybe I can respond to some of the things that has been mentioned. And it's exactly what you said just now. It's one person, one firm, and possibly no academics or no transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary collaboration in that firm. So I'm very interested in how things come to be, you know, including our theories and methods, but also these types of things, like this is what we would typically call an infographic in design. And designers are obsessed with overviews, having sort of a database and overview of possibilities that they can work from. And this really reflects that culture. And what you said at the end of your presentation, you said this is a colorful expression of hope. And what he tried to achieve was a transformation of the individual experience. And I think by individual here, if I can empathize with the designer or the design team, it's really the children at schools, the teachers, designers who want to do something good for the world, but they don't really know where to start. Now, I'm not saying that this really serves the function, because it does hide structural injustice or the relations, but it does give hope in the sense that these are some of the possibilities of where you can start. Now, my question is, I can understand from a designer perspective why this has been designed with all of its blind spots and naiveties, but I don't understand why this has been accepted then by the United. Why didn't anybody join in this discussion to give the type of critique that we are producing in this room with all the knowledge that we have? Why has this been then marketed to the entire world in all of the design schools? All design projects in our institutions also start from this. So I don't.
Absolutely. It's such a good point. I mean, that's right. It may have been the brainchild of one person, but it has been embraced truly globally, right? I was just at the UN here in Vienna yesterday, and you walk in, it's enormous. It's like the size of this entire room on the wall, right? These colors, right? So it's absolutely embraced. And you know, you say that it gives you an idea of where to start, but I think I would join the critics on the side of the room and say, but how does it tell me where to start? I don't even know what any of these things mean. I don't even, all it allows me to do is to tag what I've already done and to claim it in relationship to these things. And that's why I think the tagging is the key. If you have to ask yourself, why has it been accepted? This is where I think aesthetics of international law, we have a lot to say. That relationality, networks, connectivity, that was the language of another era. The language of this era is the language of tagging. And this speaks to that. And so I think it works for us. It works with the grammar of our time. That's what I would say.
Well, I do not see any hands up. So please
do join me in thanking Annelies for her insights and for being with us today. Annelies, thank you so much. Now we do have a coffee break in that room, and we reconvene for panel A in 25 minutes. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We're ready for the first panel of the conference. I will immediately give the floor to Lorenzo to introduce our panelists. Just a quick point about the logistics of this. Panelists will be on stage. They will walk to the podium to deliver their presentations with slides. Their slides will be ready at the podium. Then they will come back, and then the discussion with the cone mics will happen more in a kind of living room setting. Just so I thought I would give you this information so that also subsequent panels can follow the same lead. Lorenzo.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So thanks so much, Tommaso, and good morning, everyone. It is both an honor and a pleasure to inaugurate the first panel of these refreshing programs. And thank you so much also to the HISL group on social science and all the CEU community for making this conference possible. And so the first panel will be under the theme of visualizing international law, what we see and what we don't. And we have 4 beautiful papers that I think speaks well to each other and promise an engaging discussion. So what we will have is we will hear about a claim for reimagining the universalism of international justice based on a revival of natural law, to which I think we will counteract the inherent bias of human rights discourse based on the image of this ideal subject, the construction of ideal subject, usually the rational, heterosexual, white men of European descent, which I'm guilty here. Well, we will also hear about the power of cognitive structure, such as image schemes, to construct the way in which human rights are incorporated into international investment law, and also how sports metaphors on fairness shape international trade. So just to start, I will just introduce the first speaker, who is Marina Aksenova, who is an assistant professor of comparative and international criminal law of IE University in Madrid. Marina works in the international criminal justice field, and her book, Complicity in International Criminal Law, won the prestigious Paul Guggenheim Prize in 2019. She published her work in the Hegel Unbound, in the Leiden Journal, Icon, just to mention a few of the reviews. And she will present today on the philosophical foundations of universality and the role of aesthetics in building international justice 2.0. If you want to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this generous introduction. And thank you, Tommaso, although he's not in the room, for the invitation. I was very, very happy to come here because this is a passion of mine, aesthetics and international justice. And just to echo a little bit what Annelies was mentioning about the 90s, I talked about this topic in 2018 for the first time in Cambridge. And I remember even 5 years ago, it was perceived a little bit as woo-woo, hippie, but now here we are and we discuss it, and I'm very, very, very happy about that. So my fundamental thesis is that aesthetic theory is helpful in rethinking international justice. And it can be done through universality. So again, Tommaso is not in the room, but he mentioned that imagination is subjective. And to some extent, I agree, but I would also challenge that a little bit in my presentation, because in fact, the place from which imagination arises can be seen as a point of neutrality.
I want to interrupt you, but I say, can you hear well? Because since there is the microphone is on, there's some.
Yeah, because I'm also tall, maybe I'm not reaching the microphone. Maybe I do it
but I
like
think
that.
It was also for the case for me.
Yeah?
There is someone in the.
Oh, like that. TED Talk style.
Yeah,
There's
like
someone you can.
Is it better this way? Good.
So.
No, it's actually it's a different vibe. So I will explain why international justice needs rethinking in the first place. Then, secondly, I will propose how we can rethink it along the lines of aesthetics and natural law philosophy. So that's what I will do. So why do we need to rethink international justice? I think that at this point, we have a number of problems which are global in nature, but at the same time, we have very strong identity politics going on and polarization of narratives. We have already heard about the language of tagging, and that links very strongly with identity politics. And from my personal experience, I can tell you that being Russian, having Russian nationality now, is a very, very strong clarifying element about all this identity politics and how we may project views based on people's whatever nationality, choices in their private life, and so on. So this is a time where there are lots of competing narratives, and of course it goes to the level of international justice and politics and so on. And in my view, this is what blocks consensus in international justice. And consensus is fundamental for moving forward, especially with concerns which are intergenerational, such as climate change, cyber security, artificial intelligence, of course, peaceful coexistence. All of those are not just here in the moment, but they are longer term perspectives which require many, many countries to come on board. Secondly, we need to rethink international justice because, in my view, it's centered too much on state consent. And this is the original sin of international law, which was even acknowledged by Hersch Lauterpacht, who was one of the fathers of international law. He mentioned that himself, that that's one of the problems with international law. It's based on consent, but then how do we establish consent? That's a big question. And of course, we don't have an overarching norm regarding consent. So in general, that's one problem with consent. The second problem is, of course, that we have very much of a heteropolar situation going on with non-state actors, with corporations, with civil society actors playing a very, very important role, of course, media and so on, in forming the field of international justice. So we need to adjust because the sources of international law, the international lawyers amongst us know, they're still built on state consent, custom, and so on. So yeah, it's wonderful. It rains. Yeah. So moment of consensus. Now, we are living, in my view, through a moment of consensus. So the first moment was after the Second World War, where the UN Charter was drafted only in 2 months and it was adopted in 6 months. It's a very short period of time for such an important document, so all the countries could come together. Then the second wave, and some of you may disagree, was what Fukuyama called the end of history, end of 80s, early 90s. There was certain consensus around the human rights discourse. And now I think we're living through the third wave of consensus building. So we actually have the momentum to do something differently. And this is, I think, this is why it's important to think about aesthetics and just other ways of approaching problems. So why is aesthetic helpful in rethinking international justice? Well, because it links us to our universal core, which is perception. So I'm now very much generalizing the aesthetic theory, and I'm pulling from different threads, which I will mention if we have time. But the general idea is that we have representational art, which is very important, or a representation of certain images or other artistic pieces. But we also have perception, which is part of aesthetic theory. So perception is universal. Everyone, both at the level of institution and at the level of humans, everyone can perceive. Perceive beauty, we can say, so it can be attached to a certain object. But the idea, which comes both from Kantian philosophy, but also from Kashmiri scholars of 9th, 11th century India, is that there is certain universality of perception. So we are able, at a certain level, to perceive and appreciate art and beauty. So just mentioning the aesthetic theory of India, because I also think that we're a bit stuck in a Western-centric understanding. So in Kashmiri philosophy, the main definition of aesthetics is actually about the ability to taste various emotional states, or they call them rasas, which are tastes or flavors. So when you go to a theater, you're able to experience anger or sadness in a very safe container. Why? Because it's not about your personal story, it's about the story that's unfolding on the stage. But it is the ability to experience this rasa is what unites everyone. So the ability to connect to another story, the ability to have empathetic reaction. And of course, having an artistic piece makes it safe because the story of I is let go for a moment. So this is another point which is very important about aesthetic theory. It allows one to transcend identity for a little bit, at least to let go of the I. And this is where I connect with natural law. So natural law is very much about this third person perspective, which is premised on the idea that there are natural laws and natural algorithms governing what's happening. And the best way to approach justice is to view it from a communitarian perspective. So what would be just from a third person perspective, from a neutral vantage point? Why? Because we acknowledge that everyone strives towards the same goals. And some natural law philosophers like John Finnis, they even define these goals. They say it's life, play, aesthetics, friendship, and so on. So the idea is that everyone wants the same thing. So if we acknowledge that everyone wants the same thing, how do we manage? And justice is actually this distributive principle which operates as a third person principle. So I hope here you can see the links between aesthetics, which allows one to transcend identity by letting go of I and looking at a piece of art, and natural justice philosophy, which also in a way acknowledges the limitations of self-interest and the need to understand how to deal with that. So this is where I feel that the two theories can meet, and the idea of universality is the concept that I think is a bridge between these two fields. So how do we do it in practice then? It's a big how. So I will just finish with 2 points, how I suggest to reflect it philosophically in practice. So one way is to see international justice as a reflection of these common goods. So not just as an operating principle, as in domestic law, so the distributive force, but also the reflection of the underlying goods, such as life, aesthetics, play, and so on. Why? Because we don't really have so much coercive authority of international law. So perhaps we can strengthen the persuasive authority by just enhancing our understanding of cooperation, unity, and so on. And if we look at the preambles of all these documents, UN Charter, the Rome Statute of the ICC, the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights, they don't talk so much about nationalities. They talk about unity, cooperation, peace, and so on. So why not emphasize that? Why not amplify it a bit more in the discourse? That's one practical way, well, practical, academic practical. And the second one with which I would conclude is to just focus on the process and not on the outcome. So this is what art teaches us. It's not about the goal. So law is a lot about the institutions, the sources of law, but art is a lot about appreciation and the process. And then as a lawyer, I would say, and what's the point? And then as an artist, I would actually say, well, there is a lot of transformation happening in a mere process of observation and being with what is. The transformation can happen just from being in the process of observation. And this could be very helpful for international lawyers and those who practice international law, just to observe and to look at the whole field as a ritual. And it's not, again, it's not a woo-woo thing. It's actually quite recent that we take art and ritual process as separate from our day-to-day activities. In indigenous societies, still in India, it is very common that, for instance, legal processes or other formal processes are accompanied by rituals. So rituals are part of our life. So why not bring it back, in a sense, to understanding and practicing international law? So I guess I will stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Marina. It's now a pleasure to introduce Professor Moshe Hirsch, who is von Homsal Professor of Law at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and co-director of the International Law Forum at the Law Faculty. His works cover all areas of international law, tackled with a characteristic interdisciplinary approach. And just to pick and choose some recent project, he edited the book International Law Invisible Frames with Professor Andrea Bianchi, published in 2021. He will present now on visualizing international investment law and the applications of human rights law. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm also very happy to participate in this conference. All our focus on the issue of aesthetics of international law and the list. It's fascinating to learn a lot in this field. I will talk about image schemas as a cognitive device. Again, I mean, it would be about the perception of aesthetics and how such image schemas affect investment arbitrators, whether to apply or not to apply human rights treaties. And let me start with image schemas in general. Adjudicators, like investment arbitrators, they are exposed to huge quantities of information. A lot of evidence is submitted by the parties. And in order to cope with such large quantities of information and to understand it, they resort to some image schemas, like all of us do it once we are exposed to a lot of information. And once we employ some image schemas, it is much easier for us to organize huge amount of information, to interpret some vague items of information, and it also affects us. These image schemas, they also affect whether we are likely to remember or forget some items of information. So what we are talking about when we say image schemas? First thing, we are talking about internal mental structures that are running in our mind, and they integrate information that we receive from different sources. And we are not only talking about visual input, but also other kinds of sources. And these image schemas, they are derived from recurring experiences, and they are related to our bodily movements. Very soon I will bring an illustration of balance of the body. And these image schemas, they are also derived from cultural patterns that prevail in our social groups. And let me bring the example of image schema, of balance, yeah? So, and we use it a lot in our daily life, also in concept, institutional balance, and so on, yeah? So, of course, it is related to the balance, to balancing our body. Most of the time we invest some efforts, even unconsciously, with balancing our body. We do it almost all of the time, yeah? And of course, it is also related to a cultural model, balance of justice. Yeah? This image is well known, not only for lawyers. Everybody knows what is it, yeah? And such image schemas, like the balance of justice, they are not only passive in the sense that they reflect some patterns of behavior, they are not only reflect some cultural models, they are also active in the sense that they affect actively the way we perceive our reality. Again, I mean, if I resort to one schema or another, I'm likely to interpret some items of information differently, and it also affects whether I'm likely to remember or forget some item of information. And soon I will show how it is related to investment arbitration. So first thing, there are some empirical studies showing clearly that investment tribunals by and large, they are reluctant to grant significant weight to human rights treaties. There are many reasons or excuses why investment tribunals don't like to apply human rights treaties. And I believe that this restrictive approach undertaken by investment tribunals, they may be explained, at least partially, by the image schema which is prevailing within the investment arbitration community. So very briefly on the distinctive features of this image schema, again, that prevails within the investment arbitration community. First, we are talking about a dualistic image. I mean, we have two actors. One is the foreign investor, and the second is the host state. But for example, we don't see in this image schema people from the host state, local communities residing within the whole state. They are not here. And the arbitral field, it is adversarial or conflictual. And for adjudicators in such adversarial settings, they don't have a duty to ascertain the truth. No, they are much more passive. They are committed to principles of procedural justice, to ensuring equality of arms. This image schema is horizontal and balanced. Horizontal first, the three actors, the two parties and the arbitrators, all of them are located on the same level. It's not like in courts. In courts, we have some hierarchy with regard to the judges, for example. Here, it is really horizontal, and the arbitrator, she's sitting right in the middle, and her responsibility is to protect the balance, to have legal proceedings balance. Again, balance is symbolizing justice, of course. And to a significant degree, whether we get some balance in that sense, it depends whether we have significant equality of arms between the two parties again. We don't see local communities here or the rights. And finally here, we are talking about an opaque field. I mean, proceedings, of course, are non-transparent. People from the public or non-disputing parties, let's say some representatives of local communities, they cannot enter the legal hearing. And this atmosphere of confidentiality or privacy, it tends to further intensify, number one, the dualistic nature. I mean, if you are inside, I've been only once as an expert, you see only two parties and the arbitrators. That's it. So what are the implications of this image schema? I believe that this image schema may explain why most investment arbitrators overlook human rights issues that are present in so many investment disputes. And again, I would like to emphasize, I believe that there are human rights issues in almost every investment dispute. Take one example of the issue of expropriation, regulated by many investment treaties. Of course, it is related to the right to property, or fair and equitable treatment under investment law. Of course, it is related to many procedural human rights, like fair hearing. But still, most investment arbitrators just ignore or overlook. Why? First thing, it's about the dualistic nature of this image schema. This image schema directs the attention of almost anyone to the rights and obligations of the two litigating parties. This image schema filters out, or at least relegating to the background, almost completely, the whole issue of the rights and obligations of local individuals or populations, again, within the host state. And the opaque nature of the proceedings, it affects the whole perception of most arbitrators. I mean, if we are arbitrators from this opaque nature and the whole issue of the dualistic nature, we got the sense that our job here, it is to resolve a dispute between the two litigating parties in front of us. And that's it. So from here, I believe that we can understand why most investment arbitrators tend to diminish the rights, human rights or environmental rights of non-disputing parties. Yeah, they are not here. They are far away. Yeah, they are not in the proceedings. Now, something brief about social movements. Social movements, they are the disruptive player or the agent of change in this story. They managed, particularly during the negotiations toward the TTIP, the failed negotiations, they managed with so many communications and the social media and demonstration, they managed to change the widespread image schema of investment arbitration. And they succeeded to convey to the public very different image schema of investment arbitration. For example, the new image or the revised image schema expanded the scope of the image schema. I mean, it's not dualistic anymore. And the new image schema, it directs our attention to the rights, like human rights, environmental rights of local communities and individuals. It's not backstage anymore. Perhaps even more importantly, the new image schema challenged the balanced nature of investment arbitration. From this perspective, arbitrators, they are not really sitting in the middle. Yeah, in many cases, they are linked with foreign investors. Yeah, and because of that, in many cases, they tend to adopt more expansive or claimant-friendly interpretations of investment treaties. And strategically, many cases, these NGOs, they use some image of imbalance in legal proceedings. And famously, we are talking about tilted scales. You can see it here. This is the front cover of probably the most influential publications of these NGOs. You can see where investment lawyers and arbitrators are located. Yeah, and it shows that indeed that we don't have justice, that legal proceedings are not balanced at all. So I'll finish with the limits of this image schema. These civil society groups, they were successful to convey to the public a very different image schema. And they indeed influence the public opinion and also public institutions or public actors. Just for example, many EU member states, they are increasingly include now human rights provisions in their investment treaties in the recent years. I must say, in most cases, we are talking about soft provisions or non-binding provisions, but human rights are increasingly mentioned in investment treaties. Or perhaps it is much clearer with regard to the influence of these NGOs on the EU institutions. The EU has adopted, I guess that you have heard in the recent years, the Investment Court System Initiative, and if it is successful, I hope so, it is likely to enhance the application of human rights treaties in this field. And the whole initiative of the EU, it is clearly related to public pressure or to the publications and pressure of these NGOs. But once we move to explore the influence of this image schema within the investment arbitration community, it's very different. The old image schema is quite resilient. Investment tribunals, by and large, they are hardly influenced by the new image schema. I can say that the new image schema is slowly penetrating into the investment arbitration community, and probably it can explain why we see some modest increase, a little bit increasing application of human rights treaties by investment tribunals. But these NGOs, while they were so successful in the public realm, they didn't manage to reach across into the investment arbitration community and create some meaningful change within it. Yeah, they really acted in the public realm and they succeeded in the public realm, but not much within the investment arbitration community. Thank you very much. Off.
Thank you so much. To say I like the optimism that this panel is taking.
Those shapes the way we understand different initiatives or different measures taken by countries. And in specific, I'm going to show how one measure using the same metaphor can become differently understood and perceived with regards to fairness by cartoons. So how different actual images of this mental image of a level playing field shape the way we see a measure is or it is not fair. And as you can see from the very first picture that I show, the level playing field is a very simple metaphor, a very simple mental image. When imagine a game where the field is rigged in favor of one team. So any advantage granted to that one team should not be considered fair because it is a product of an uneven field, not a product of better performance, better preparedness. So this idea has been gradually being integrated into international economic law. So first I'm going to see what precisely how this metaphor has been used in international economic law, what are the origins of the metaphor, how it has been used. And in particular, I'm going to show how it started from a metaphor used by the Global South, and now it is mostly used by initiatives taken by the Global North. And then I'm going to examine specific Global North tales of level playing field, recent initiatives, recent developments, where this mental image has been used and this metaphor has been used, and how different cartoons and images shape the way we understand each of these initiatives. And finally, I'm going to close with how the metaphor is indeed a metaphor of fairness or not. So starting, this is the very classic one. And as you can see, one of the two teams is unfairly, probably in favor, probably will be able to score easily. So this is how the level playing field is associated primarily in sports, that you give to one of the two teams an advantage which shouldn't be considered fair. It has been used many times in discourse with regards to doping, but also to issues such as financial fair play, rigged discussions over how you get transfers of players, or how you're able to manipulate the allocation of the scheduling. So generally, international economic law metaphors have been used quite a lot. Globalization itself is a metaphor. If you consider that the globalization seeks to show an image of one single board with not a lot of borders, cooperation, when problems can be solved together, and indeed look towards prosperity. Actually, it has been used, that globalization as a metaphor has been used in an additional metaphor that will be the one that will resolve the issues of the ill child, which is Africa. And this actually has been used many times, even within the WTO and in speeches, that indeed globalization will be the one to cater for the global south. So indeed, international economic law, we see that metaphors can be used, and gradually we see the emergence of the level playing field. So, as previously said, no competition is fair when the field has a slope. If we adjust it to international economic law, it means that economic relations cannot operate when there is no equality in the set of rules that govern each market actor. And that's the idea that the Global North is gradually introducing, that if we want to have an equality of competitive conditions, we need to have an equality or quasi-equality before international economic norms. So most of the measures that can be associated with a level playing field are those that introduce minimum standards of environmental protection, climate change protection, labor, competition, subsidies. So the idea of the Global North is that gradually we need to introduce certain minimum standards so that the field is not rigged unfairly in favor of producers, market actors, or states that do not abide by those minimum standards of protection, of treatment, etc. Overall, still, there is no precise definition or how these rules apply and how to distinguish between what is fair and what is unfair. And to put this in the context of sports, usually you have the rules of sports that define whether, for example, you can go above or beyond your salary cap to gain more, to bring more players to the team. And there, the level playing field is set by the rules. international economic law, it's not really easy to define what are precisely those rules that define between a fair and unfair advantage. Whether a subsidy provided is fair or unfair, or whether, for example, abiding by environmental regulations by a market actor is fairness or not. In the traditional understanding of comparative advantage, if you move towards a place when they have lower cost of production, which part of this could also be labor costs or environmental costs, this was perfect. It's arbitrage to go where it's cheaper to produce. But right now, with the level playing field metaphor, this seems to be changing, or at least the global north seems to introduce that it's not like this. It's not as simple as that. You cannot go and have a race at the bottom in order to have cheaper methods of production, but rather we should elevate and we should ensure that there is a similar regulatory burden for each different market actors. And to start a little bit with the origins, the level playing field was officially a Global South narrative or a Global South slogan or Global South metaphor, where during the Uruguay round, when many more issues with regards to how you regulate your domestic market or how you protect your domestic market were regulated. And for instance, with regards to agricultural subsidies, one of the major criticisms of the Global South was that for many, many years, the Global North has been heavily subsidizing, heavily protecting its agricultural sectors. And now, with the Uruguay round WTO agreement, the Global South cannot. So you reach a certain level of development, a certain level of efficiency, because you were able to protect, because you had high tariffs, because you imposed a lot of subsidies. Well, right now, I'm not. So here, technically speaking, the field is straight, but it has a slope. And here is that, okay, we have the same rules, but you are already developed and I cannot. And that's how it started. While now, and this is a cartoon taken from an Australian newspaper, this has a little bit changed. So right now, the level playing field is that the market penetration is no longer happening from the global north to the global south, but to the contrary. Especially manufacturing, you see he's also manufacturing the small fish. Now manufacturing or other industries from the global south are entering the global north, and they like the environment, but they don't protect the environment. And that's the new narrative, that indeed you like getting into those sophisticated high-end markets, but at the same time, you don't protect or you don't have the same regulatory costs that we have. If we look, for example, at the previous NAFTA and now the USMCA, one of the major things that they constantly trying to change is how the minimum labor standards are protected in Mexico, because one of the criticisms where they have actually used a lot the concept of level playing field is that they have very low salaries, or they don't impose the same obligations or they don't give the same rights to workers. So the narrative now changed that the big fat third world is trying to enter the global north markets, and they like the environment, but they don't protect it. So to see some recent initiatives, the first tale is on the foreign subsidies, and in particular the foreign subsidies regulation of the EU. So it is a new tool that the European Commission has, which allows to additionally introduce remedies, which may be structural or even behavioral. So you can impose, for example, to a Chinese firm that operates in the EU on how they're going to price their products, or whether they have to actually sell part of the supply chain because they have received a subsidy, and this is unfair. And this is something that previously did not exist in international economic law. We had some subsidy regulations, or we had only countervailing duties. But here, the EU is saying that with the foreign subsidy regulation, we'll be able to go more in substance and look at unfair intervention of third country economies in particular industries. And we see here that it's the big, faster and stronger industry is in red. I like the color, which, as you can see, the effect of the subsidy, and I have the gold here, is that they are able to offer unfair low prices. It can more easily acquire businesses within the EU, and it can undercut other competitors, which again, the color of green and blue has a certain meaning with regards to which countries it represents. And the second tale is about the Brexit negotiations. To the left, we have what precisely were those negotiations that were not as easy as they were expecting, especially on the UK side. As you see here, one of the three main things that we're discussing while running against the clock was the fish, what's the overall governance, especially of the agreement, and one very large part is the level playing field. So when the EU introduced the draft agreement on the post-Brexit relations, level playing field was the first part of the agreement and the largest part, and had a lot of obligations on ensuring that there would not be a huge divergence between the regulation that exists in the EU and the post-Brexit regulation within the UK. And this included labour protection, climate change, environment, biodiversity, the state-owned enterprises, taxation. At least 10 or 11 different fields were included in that. To the contrary, the UK did not have any level playing field obligation, some non-regression obligations in terms of environment and labour, so that would not lower the level of protection, but they were quite conditional. Climate change was not even part of the discussion. The UK wanted this to be part of a later agreement on energy services, something similar. The EU won, and because the final EU-UK trade and cooperation agreement has a lot of the actual language of the EU, has some more conditionalities that from the original draft, but still the EU realized that we consider unfair that you exit the EU, you have close ties with the EU, but you will be able to lower your level of protection, or you will be able to have to provide more subsidies or have a lower taxation, which, especially with the codependence and the dependence of the two markets, it will create a lot of distortions. And to the right, this is taken from the UK newspaper, and shows that okay, at the end, we didn't actually lose the negotiation, but rather we ensured the level playing field. Now we can play a game. It's very funny because it shows on the one hand that everything will be very smooth afterwards, which we have seen it is not. Like even with the rules in place, still there are many divergences, so there are many additional burdens, especially from the UK side. But on the other hand, it shows that still both parties will continue to play and will try to change somehow the agreements, and we saw that moving forward with Northern Ireland. And the last, and I think the most controversial tale, is the CBAM. So the Carbon Border Tax Adjustment Mechanism. Most of you have seen that it will start becoming operational from October. So we have two completely different views on what exactly and how fair it is to introduce such a measure. On the one hand, we have the Global South, where it's simply just a rich tax. We were historically disadvantaged. We cannot reach the level of competitiveness with regards to carbon neutrality or to non-carbon intense industries. So the way you introduce the CBAM is just a way to protect your domestic markets, and also it breaches most of either it is discriminatory or it doesn't abide by the common but differentiated responsibilities, because for so many years the global north has been the heavy polluter, and right now when we have reached this stage, you want us to bear the burden. So this is the one image, but essentially this is just a protectionist. On the other hand, and this is taken from the EU Commission's website, it's just a way to ensure that all the different industries, different modes of production, as you can see here, different currencies, different technologies, are on the same level, that we will be able to use the progress towards climate neutrality to ensure there will be no carbon leakage, and also that there will be a lot of competitiveness, which will boost innovation and will go and will allow the world economy to go even more towards carbon neutral economy. So you see it is radically different, and also in the way those two different pictures are introduced. On the left, it's very critical and shows how the global north is the bad guys, while the EU Commission's images tries to be as neutral as possible, not a lot of colors, not even a lot of people, just industries. It's just business. So before I finish, so whether the whole issue of level playing field with this concept of let's equate the regulatory burdens that we have, let's have similar conditions on production methods, on having to abide by at least to a minimum similar environmental climate change obligations, ensure that certain ILO conventions are to a bare minimum abided by. The concept is level playing field about fairness, or it's about either efficiency, like we saw in the EU-UK relations, or protectionism, as we saw in the CBAM. First, that is very true, is that level playing field does not address distributional fairness, either within an economy or across the different economies. It's never about how the gains that you're going to get, and we see that very much in the CBAM, when we're still under discussion whether all the revenue that will be created under this border measure will be given towards those less favored or the less developed countries or the developing economies. And at the same time, it doesn't really redistribute how the winners and the losers are distinguished. Rather, and this is what the last point says, is maybe just protection in your clothes, because it's a way for me to protect my losers in the global north, because manufacturing is going down. One way to say it, but yeah, of course, because they have lower labor and environmental standards, but it's not 100% true. And the other one is that fairness is essentially about avoiding distortions from regulatory divergence. The reason why we're introducing the carbon border tax adjustment is because there are different levels of climate change obligations in different countries, different regulations, different standards. We want to ensure that this will not distort fair competition. Again, without defining what is fair and what is unfair. Similarly, with regards to subsidies, it's all about not distorting competition by introducing subsidies. And to wrap it up with some final remarks, if the global north wants to be true about the level playing field as an issue of fairness, even just on the allocative justice between the different economies, it needs to make sure that some flexibilities exist with regards to the level of obligations. Indeed, you can discuss about equity in regulatory burden, but you cannot consider that historical injustices or historical differences in development will just disappear. So as you see here on the third cartoon, when, I'm glad the field is level, but I wish it were earlier in the game. And here is about a different discussion, but it's very, very similar to what's going on right now. So if you want to level the playing field, probably Global North will be as if it's a team, well-trained, well-prepared. And once the field is leveled, and I can use here the left one, whilst the field is leveled, they are the well-prepared, well-trained to win the competition, while Global South industries or Global South economies will not be prepared for this different type of competition, which highly diminishes also the notion of comparative advantage, to what extent you can gain from that. But also you see that it's not always only about efficiency, it may also be about sustainable development. And the picture in the middle, and you see how the anti-deforestation tool, which has been very, very critically addressed by most of the countries of the Global South, especially Brazil, Indonesia, on how this is a new, highly distortive, highly discriminatory measure that will essentially foreclose all the imports from the Global South that are linked to deforestation. And you see how the EU here tries to show that it's actually part of a diversity. You have all the people save the rainforest, you have activists, you have the authorities, the animals being in favor of that. So it tries to paint a better picture, but probably, and this is what where we finish, and this is why I also like the left one with the different actors against the EU. It may be very good for domestic consumption on how not only the industry that will be favored, but the general population will approve of those measures and the possible repercussion that may bring. Because at the end, if you close or if you lower certain imports, it will probably increase the price, the domestic price of certain goods. So when you go to IKEA and you see that your table here is more expensive than previously, you will have in mind, actually save the rainforest or carbon border tax adjustment, climate neutrality. So a lot has to do with regards to the level playing field, and as has been introduced with the narrative. So far, we don't really have a lot of quantitative or empirical data on how the introduction of this concept has changed international negotiations. But we've seen, for example, that with regards to the carbon border tax adjustment, what 20 years ago was completely inconceivable, now not only becomes a reality within the EU, but we see across the board, not only in the Global North, but also in the Global South, this gradually being accepted that it is required, either because they see that it's a way to enter the EU markets or the Global North and be competitive on this, or that also this could be a different type of way to protect, to promote sustainable development. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you also for the perfect time management, which made my job easier. And so we're a bit behind schedule. We started a bit late, but of course, now the floor is open. Questions, remarks. Who wants to start? Someone from the floor? Yeah. You have 2 hands. Yes, I start first with Silvia, and then, well, it's okay.
Thank you. Great, different but great presentations, everyone. Thank you. Just have a question for Marius. I really like the metaphors. They work very well, I think, especially in the context, of course, of our global capitalist system with competing markets and so on and so forth. And I was just wondering, especially since you mentioned also challenges like climate change, if you could perhaps think about a very different metaphors. Your sports metaphors are, of course, all about competing games. It's tennis, it's soccer, whatever. Was wondering if we could think about games or whether that could be useful to draw on metaphors where the goal is not to defeat the other team, but where we need to reach a certain goal together. Thinking about climate change, we'd probably have to run a triple marathon, but everyone needs to get to the end. So I was just wondering if you had thought about very different metaphors to actually imagine perhaps different ways of doing things. Thank you.
Yeah, shall we gather? Yes, the whole question.
Really for excellent presentations, which are very inspiring. I have one really questions for understanding, and it relates to Moshe and Marius, papers, I think, which are kind of very similar in the way they approach the topic. But I wonder about the question, are we talking about image schemes, metaphor, or talking about frames? And what would be the difference for you? Because framing, of course, is something that we do in law all the time. If we frame something as a threat, if we frame something as a legal problem, which type of legal problem are we having? But what would be the difference for you, and what kind of implications does this have? Because when I thought about ISDS, the most important picture I had in my head was this chlorine chicken. So this was something which, of course, was the major criticism that we had. So do you think you're talking about the same thing, or you're talking about two different things, and what would be the implications of that? And then maybe one to Marina, which work I always admire, but isn't that something that lawyers are doing all the time? Is this really something new that we're looking at the process? As someone who came from political science to law, I think lawyers really love their routines and their rituals and their white hats. So what do you think changed? Is it just our attentiveness about that? Or is it the way that we politicize that even more? Thank you.
Yeah, there's another question.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentations. I'm Eleni Polymeropoulou. I'm an associate professor at HBKU Qatar Foundation. I have maybe comment and question for Marina and Elizabeth. So first, for Marina, I really love the linkages, between universality of perceptions and finding state consent. I wanted to ask you, do you think then there is practically a way to make these perceptions kind of more culturally diverse? Would that be a possibility? And similarly, I wanted to ask Elizabeth. I totally agree about how international organizations, United Nations, UNHCR in particular, they are kind of perpetrating this dominant narrative, the Western kind of narrative of human rights, especially through advertising materials, etc. And I would be in favor of including a more diverse perspective, say, incorporating indigenous kind of drawings or totally different perceptions of artistic representations. But then, because there are still structural issues within these organizations, there is total lack of representation in international law. They are not actors of international law. This, more kind of not only indigenous peoples, but then other more marginalized groups, wouldn't then be a type of kind of cultural appropriation of these different types of art? So would this be a good idea? Maybe it would be worse.
Great, thank you so much. I think we can start with this round of questions, and then we continue. If you want to start, Marina, and then we go. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the questions. Sylvia, I think the biggest difference now is this change in awareness and the change of attention, because the faculty of attention was more focused on the outcomes, even though you're completely right, lawyers are very attached to our processes, especially in trial. But now there is something off. We can't find this consensus, and it's just so obvious in international law. We complained all the time that international law doesn't work, but now we really see how it doesn't work. So there is this desire to shift attention. So I think you nailed it exactly. It's where the attention goes to the process as opposed to the outcome and what we can get out of it. And regarding the second question, how can we practically bring diversity? That's the biggest question. And I'm thinking from the perspective of philosophy and just trying to understand how we can strengthen the philosophical foundation of international justice so that it's more persuasive to different actors and not just based in the Western-centric understanding that's here. And for instance, I come from Russia. I can read Russian news. I can see the criticism. I'm very interested in India. I go there a lot. I know the perception there. And perhaps I bring a motto of India now. It's unity in diversity. So this is my philosophical claim, and I hope to bring it more in the discourse so that we can find positions of commonality despite various identities, which are multi-layered. So just starting to see together what is common and how we solve problems together with this diversity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree that the presentation of Marios and mine, they are really adjacent or even somewhat overlapping. And I agree with you that this concept of frame and image schema, they are really significantly overlap, but there are some differences. Framing, it was mainly explored by sociologists, Erwin Goffman, and here I think that the main issue is about the perspective, how we can frame the very same thing from different angles, and then we see different things because we see it from a different angle. And I think that with regard to image schemas, it was more investigated by in the sphere of cognitive linguistics. So first thing, they have an emphasis how all these image schemas are related to our bodily movements. It's a lot about that balance and balancing our body and things like that. And it is also about the whole spatial with T. I mean, whether we are on the same level or whether we have hierarchy or something, it is at the center or in the periphery. It's much more along these dimensions. Yeah, but you are right. I mean, that you can work, I could work with both of them and the results would be somewhat different, but not completely different. Thanks.
Thanks for the first question, because actually it's something that I should have presented is that the level playing field metaphor, especially the sports metaphor, shows a little bit of a grim picture of trade because it shows that it's a zero-sum game. One can win, the other one can lose, and trade is not about this. Like in Crooks, it's always about cooperation. Even when we see now with the global supply chains, it's through cooperation that you actually create value. So I think that if we're trying, have to be truer to the cause that indeed we want to promote sustainable development, climate change, labor, we need to we need to have a different mental image in our head. I haven't really thought about this because whenever I'm thinking about cooperative games, usually end up talking about the prisoner's dilemma, which is not a very, it passes the image, but I don't think it's that, it would be that catchy to the domestic industry or during the negotiations. The level playing field in the end, and also to bring the second question with framing, is a very, very interesting way to introduce within the classic economic approach, especially the global north with regards to efficiencies, considerations of sustainability. And we saw that previously when the frame are surrounding trade and sustainable development, trade and environment, it didn't really work. It was always something separate, and there were many researches on how you can integrate them. While now with the level playing field, this is all part of the same process, either focusing on efficiency or either focusing on regulatory divergence, on however we define this. It is one common approach. And in terms of framing, and this may be very powerful and also very positive way moving forward of how all those differences can be considered as part of the same process. And leaving the details aside, which is something that I'm going to do on my PhD thesis on how the details can make those measures not being protections, but rather truly something in favor of sustainable development. It is a very interesting idea, and actually it has caught on. We see, for example, global South-to-South agreements introducing level playing field obligations among global South partners, which previously were always global North to global South. Similarly, the carbon border tax adjustment, the EU, is a little more accepted than it was previously, when previously it wasn't even discussed. Well, right now, the focus is mostly on the details. Even with India, which has been historically against it, now with the understanding, okay, let's talk about the competitive side of things, maybe we want to get an exception or to get into a particular side so we can contribute to that, but also being able to be competitive. So indeed, I have to think of a different metaphor, but the framing, I think it's an integrated way to avoid past discussions of the trade and discourse. Thank you.
We don't have really much time for another full round of questions, but do you want to raise something? Yeah, please go ahead.
I've been holding on to the microphone.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I've got two questions. One for Moshe and sort of implicitly, I guess, for Marios, and one for Elizabeth. So, Moshe, I was thinking in terms of image schema and sort of bodily movements, whether it might be worth thinking actually about flow as being, and capital flow in particular, as being the dominating image schema when it comes to arbitration. So I've sat in on these on one of these arbitrations, and really what I felt was at stake there was the question of capital flow. The worst thing that could have happened was to stop capital flow. So that's just something, particularly as you were talking about movement and so on.
We have another question here, I think. Yeah.
We have quite a few questions from online attendees.
Okay.
So if I could read them out. I promise that I will. So we have two questions to Professor Hirsch. First is, do you think the recent initiatives in creating databases of investment treaties could change the schema of the balance in investment disputes by contributing to the systematic thinking in investment arbitration? And another question is, I was wondering if you could tell us if A, it is your own way of understanding them, or if you took it from another author, and B, whether or not you have read about imaginaries, developed both in social sciences and in philosophy, as some Kantian and generally continental understanding of imaginaries seems strongly close to your view of schemas. And then another question to Mr. Tokas. Do you think the preferential treatment clauses or transitional arrangements, part of WTO agreements, are enough to balance the playing field to the advantage of the developing countries? And there is another question, I believe, from Federica. Federica, you should unmute yourself and ask the question.
Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me? Oh, thank you. Hi, thank you very much, Federica Violi, Erasmus School of Law. I'll be very quick, conscious of time. I have a question to Marina and a super quick comment to Elizabeth. To Marina, I was wondering, I completely agree with you that we all share this faculty of perception, but as we have heard from also the other presentations, what we see, how we see, when we see is very much preconditioned. And I was wondering, how do you relate that to claims of universality, and wouldn't that perhaps also, even the connection with natural law, take a little bit away from the critique that we're finally seeing becoming sort of mainstream, that international law is nothing but another historically and geographically situated order or regime?
Thank you. Do you want to start with the answers? Who wants to start? Marina?
Thank you so much for this beautiful question, which goes to the heart of the problem. Immanuel Kant mentioned aesthetic perception as being disinterested in a way that it comes from a place of no conditioning. At least that has been an understanding. And then Bourdieu recently offered a critique of Kant, and he said, only refined tastes, only intellectuals, only people who are well off can actually allow themselves to be in this preconditioned, prior to conditioned state of disinterested pleasure. And then normal people, he calls them working class people, they have preferences. aversions and attachments. Therefore, it's all a bit fluffy. So to that, I would respond that we still maintain universality of perception, even if it is conditioned. So I would actually include our conditioning, our previous history into this universality, that it actually belongs in this wider paradigm. So historical processes would still not deprive us of this universality of perception here and now. It's just that the lens of perception can change. But what it gives us freedom to see international justice. And international law is a historical product. And for that, I really like Christine Schwabel-Patel's work, because she talks a lot about these different lenses through which we can look at international law. But I think it also gives us freedom to rethink it and to actually open pathways to other ideas. So to just be more open to new ideas. I think that's the main benefit of it. But definitely this prior conditioning is one of the biggest obstacles to this universality of perception. And do we desire to have a universal lens? That's another question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the excellent questions. First, yes, you are right about the flow. Indeed, in cognitive linguistics literature about image schemas, there is a lot of talk about movements. Let's say I talked mainly about the spatial issues with T, but I didn't talk about motoric issues, and there is a lot of literature about it, and you are right. I think that I should add something. I just was thinking once you talked about that we say a lot here about the flow of capital, international investment law, or in international trade law about countervailing duties. Again, I mean, creating some movements, but you are right that it is almost, it's completely missing from my paper. You are right. As to the question on databases, it may change my analysis, but I think that one of the important issues that it's not enough to have a new database. The main question is how you depict different schemas based on the very same database. I mean, once we approach the very same reality, we can shape different image schemas, like how you define the field, for example. So yes, it may help us, but it depends on our cognitive devices. How do we operate them with regard to the very same field? And finally, with relying on other authors, yes, of course. I mean, I read a lot on image schemas, mainly from books and articles of experts of cognitive linguistics, and there are many references in my papers. Actually, I'm more applying it to this field of investment arbitration.
Thank you. So very quickly, the preferential clauses exist in the WTO are not, I would say, not enough, especially when you have only 2 or 3 year non-application process. This means that just the least developed country, the developing country, would just follow up the technology that exists in the north to abide by its obligations. So you go into what is called follow-up growth, when you just imitate exactly what's going on in the global north in order to abide by the regulations instead of going down your own path. But what we can get from the practice of the WTO is that you have a very interesting differential application of norms in the trade facilitation agreement, where gradually, based on the differential capacity of each country to abide by its obligation, different types of obligations with a different time frame exist. And of course, the enabling clause with regards on how you can examine differently each country based on its economic, social, and development needs. This should be taken into account while introducing especially unilateral measures such as the CBAM, the foreign subsidy regulation, forced labor regulations, and other like deforestation or other new initiatives. Thank you.
So I wish we could continue discussions, but I guess we can continue it over lunch, which I think is here, right? Okay. So thank you all. Let me. Thank you for everything, and see you.
So welcome everyone to the second panel of this conference. I think we have all oiled our discussion machinery in this workshop already. My name is Sylvia Steininger. I'm originally from the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg, This is Olivia, and these are our great panelists here. And panel B is called Renewing Visuals, How to Reimagine International Law. And I'm really happy and delighted to have so many great panelists and really great papers here to discuss with you. I don't want to make a big speech because we are very short pressed on time, but we already talked about the rituals and the aesthetics of conferencing. Not yet, but of course, I hope this panel will be a bit of a different visual aesthetics as the usual law panel. And so I'm really happy that so many critical and also non-lawyers are in this panel. In that sense, we have 4 papers. One of our panelists, Susan Ann Samuels, will be online. She's joining the conversation hybrid to give you a broad perspective of the type of interesting papers, really fascinating work that is being done here. We're really looking at the role of agency here. We're really looking at the role of emotions in all the papers together. And we're looking at the way how visibility and invisibility comes to place in various places of international law. In short, the stories we tell and not tell through visuals and images. We have 2 papers, the 2 papers we started at the beginning, which are basically focusing on questions of suffering, how suffering is hidden or visualized in and during and after a conflict. And then we have 2 papers, and this is the second part in that sense, where images are used to empower or applied in a very proactive way by certain agents. I'm giving the floor to our first paper. This is a paper called Boats and Borders and Frames of Suffering, a Critical Aesthetical Inquiry. It's co-authored by Oskar Ramanli and Christine Schwebel-Patel. There is, fortunately, a non-lawyer in the room, which I'm very welcoming. She's an assistant professor in human-centered design at the Delft University of Technology. And her basically focus and research area is how to make design and the question of equality of design and inequality and access of design, which I think is really, really important, and design for well-being. So basically going back to our keynote speaker. And the second co-author of this panel is Christine Schwebel-Patel. She's currently a reader at the University of Warwick and also the co-editor of Aesthetics and Counter-Aesthetics of International Justice, which is a forthcoming book, as well as her really important book on Marketing Global Justice, the Political Economy of International Criminal Law, which we already discussed in the first part. So please, the floor is yours.
Start, yeah. Thank you very much. It's really great to be here, really great to be talking about aesthetics with you. We have, to begin with, a participation exercise, as you see. What we'd like you to do is we've set up some Lego here. We've got a Lego boat here, 2 Lego boats. And we'd like you to, if you want, come up here with your phones, if you have a camera function on your phone, and take a picture. We're going to be talking about framing as well. So take a picture of this scene. And then we will come back to what you took a picture of. But do feel free to come up here and
So we're changing rituals of conferencing here, which is very important.
We will not ask you to send or share these photos.
Yeah, you can come as closely to it or as far away as you like it. Yeah. I don't know. This one, I think, just because it says end. Yeah. Okay, so our collaboration is on a critical aesthetic inquiry, and we've been thinking about what is it that our 2 disciplines of law and design can bring to a conversation about aesthetics, and we've specifically been thinking about where is it that both our disciplines have blind spots, and how can they become more than the sum of their parts
in a way. And our particular interest has been in the framing of migrants and refugees and thinking about what the dominant frames are. And we'll also be talking about counter frames.
We have already received an introduction, but like Christine said, the main question that guided our collaboration, I think which started in 2016 already, is that what are the blind spots of our two distinct disciplines in responding to human suffering and taking the case of refugees and migration as sort of like a platform to explore this research question. For me, it's very nice and exciting to be here because I really like talking to a non-design audience. Then I don't have to go by the disciplinary rules and cliches, and I can be critical about my discipline freely. And I have already learned a lot from all the presentations this morning, which we will also come back to later on. So I would like to make a quick introduction also to how I see design and how design is usually perceived. So I have a background in industrial design. I have been trained as a designer, and aesthetics and making things pretty was a big part of my education. So in the most conventional sense, we see aesthetics as beauty, and we pay a lot of attention in design to how people perceive the products and services that we design. Because if they're perceived as beautiful in its most pragmatic sense, then people will be more likely to spend money on those products. So as you can see, IKEA was also mentioned earlier that, you know, all the products that we buy, everything that we interact with is designed with a concern for form and function together. But design has been expanding its scope as a discipline. So more recently, let's say in the past decade, design methods have been used in order to respond to social issues such as migration, such as climate change. And what you see here is a snapshot from a typical co-creation, co-design session where different stakeholders come together in order to think about a specific project. Design really works with projects. There are always projects, there are starting points, endpoints, deadlines, just like what was mentioned this morning with the SDGs infographic. That's a typical project. And I can really see this type of setting sort of happening in that Swedish studio, that people coming together and discussing how should we interpret this large report around social development, sustainable development goals. And like I said, this increasing aspiration in design to address social issues. So there's really a will, and I think in our discussions, I think there's the same aspiration in international law to make the world a better place. But in this sort of aspiration, design has the design theory and methodologies sometimes lag behind, because industrial design has emerged in a very in a setting where it was really about designing innovative products that you can sell to people that fulfills their needs. So when you take those theories and methods and you try to apply them to challenges such as migration or the climate action, there's a big gap between how you think about these issues, the political, the cultural, the social underpinnings of these complex issues, and how you can sort of find your place as a discipline, as a designer in addressing those issues. So there's a big gap, and that's where actually my research is positioned, is that how can we be critical about the theories and methods that we use in design so we can actually do justice to the complexity of these issues that design is actually trying to help resolve. So far, design has been responding to these complex social issues in a way that designers have been trained to respond. This is what you see in the picture is called Meza Home. So in response to the refugee challenge, for example, that was a competition that was launched by the What Design Can Do platform in 2016, a lot of designers responded by designing everyday objects, because that's what they have been trained to do, right? Shelter, life jackets, compact backpacks that you can use when you're fleeing your house. But when you look at the aesthetics of this intervention, this shelter, this is sort of like a compactable, expandable home that you can place in public spaces. or empty buildings, you really see the IKEA aesthetic coming back. So I'm very interested in what types of perceptions, biases, stereotypes designers bring into their processes, and how those biases and perceptions, the way that they frame things, the way that they see the world, how that then gets inscribed and played into the physical things that they design. And when we think about the problem, because we love problem solving in design, it's typically also framed as a discipline of creative problem solving. And when we think about the social issues, you see that there's the real problem, the blue section, but designers sort of cut out a part from that problem, the very tip. This is the designer's share, according to also Victor Papanek, a very influential author in industrial design, that design frames these social issues. It divides these social issues into chunks that design through its tools, creating physical things, can address. So it's not really addressing the root causes of these issues, but it's addressing the parts that it can address, such as designing something that helps with the everyday life of refugees in campsites or while migrating, like a temporary shelter, like a life jacket, without really questioning what that does to the larger issue and how that may reinforce certain stereotypes or injustices. So international law, as you know, and as we can acknowledge, is largely a text-based discipline, and lots of PowerPoints in the past on treaties and sources of international law would have had sort of these kinds of images, the men signing the treaties and then the text. With the increased appreciation, I would say, of aesthetics and particularly the visualization of international law, something is happening to the discipline. And what we're interested in particular is what the dominant narrative is. And this Rancière was already mentioned earlier. This is something that we take from Rancière in terms of what kinds of reproduction of images create a certain common sense. So the sense experience of international law, and these are some of the very typical ones. And of course, when it comes to migration, the boat overflowing with refugees is one that is part of that dominant visual narrative. And we've been thinking about again, the overlaps in our disciplines, and they already mentioned that designers love to solve problems. I think international lawyers do the same. They see crises in the world and then think about them in terms of a problem think about them in terms of problem solving and think about them in terms of solutions. And what we're interested in is how this imagery leads to a very particular type of problem solving, how the imagery, the individualization of suffering, the anonymity of suffering, how that leads to a particular common sense in international law. And I just want to say to that that of course there is a long history of trying to make suffering, trying to visualize suffering in order to make it, to humanize it, right? So I think international law has as a discipline has followed that path of trying to humanize, but we're thinking about at the expense of what? And here then we have been thinking about framing, which happens in both of our disciplines. We find Judith Butler's quote here incredibly instructive, that you learn to see the frame that blinds us to what we see. So we have developed a tool that's have helped us to sort of have a conversation across our disciplines about what's happening with this, how is design and how is international law responding to this imagery. So we have what we call a cake stand here, because it looks like a cake stand with 3 tires. And the 3 tires are the micro level, the individual level. And at the middle, we have the meso level, the level of the institutions and how they operate. And then at the bottom, the 3rd tire is the macro level, the systems. And when we sort of try to think about how do our disciplines respond to suffering, we realize that, speaking of industrial design, it happens mainly at the micro level. So it's at this individual level, seeing the boat, seeing the people, and thinking, I have to do something. I have to do something, and then I only know how to sort of design physical things, maybe certain services, and that's where I intervene. And I think in international law, that it happens mostly at the micro and the meso level.
Yeah, so in our discussions, we've sort of thought about in which ways suffering, when it's visualized in particular, is also individualized, and where the call to action then is, which is usually at this meso level, which is the level of NGOs, community organizing, and so on. So in the absence of an international government and international legislator and so on, a lot of the problem solving is seen as lying at this meso level. And of course, these different tiers, these different parts of the cake stands, as we call it, they are interconnected. But the main blind spot that we've seen in our disciplines is at this macro systemic level, that the structural, there's an absence of visualizing structural violence.
This is where we see our disciplines operating most often. And also in industrial design, there are critiques in industrial design. More recently, the field of social design that deals more explicitly with social issues, that why do we use design and design methods to respond to societal challenges? And like Christine mentioned, it is this individualized notion, but design methods sort of became very common, at least in the Netherlands, to be used by public institutions like municipalities, sort of calling in designers in order to have a co-creation session, to think about an issue that may be happening in an urban space in the city. Or what has been mentioned today, hiring a designer to sort of grant the sustainable development goals. And we wonder, I wonder, together with these other critiques, why is design being called to the table? Why is design being used in order to, as a means to address these social issues? And I think that one reason for this is really to distract from what happens at the system, the social political systems level, to sort of, if we can use design methods, these creative, these innovative methods, like you saw the post-its and the people coming together, the creative energy in that room, we can sort of show that we are actually doing something in order to address these issues. That actually distracts from thinking who should really be addressing these issues. So it really channels the responsibility from the state, from the government, down to the regional municipalities, and down to the design agencies. And design agencies rise up to this challenge. They're happy to be at the table thinking along, but I think that comes at the cost of hiding structurally what happens and what contributes to these challenges.
So I just wanted to add one point to that. In terms of our discussions, what we thought that the two disciplines, why they speak nicely to one another, and also why we can identify the mutual blind spots, is that because law functions mostly on this ideational normative level, and design on the level of thinking about objects and the material. And what is missing in order to understand the
the material aspects in law can be brought in through a discipline that is inherently concerned with context and material circumstances. And on the other hand, what law can bring to design is this ideational normative element that is thinks about, that is very much concerned with questions of values and universality and humanity and so on. So yeah. So what we wanted then to do is to ask you how you took the photo and what was in your frame, and we're gonna build this up a little bit. Yeah. So should we do the?
Yeah. Maybe while you think about that, we build it up and then we come back to this question, and maybe you could respond in. If we could take a couple of responses if we have time, that would be great.
15 minutes would be up, actually.
Okay.
So in that sense, maybe we could put it to the Q&A, if that's okay. Okay, so then we'll do it very briefly in 1 minute. So we've got some extra props to highlight where we could think about visualizing the structural. And our question to you is also, what do you think? How could we visualize structural aspects? So the string is the border. So what you don't see at sea is the border between one country and another country, and where one legal regime ends and the other legal regime starts. So that is something that we think should be in the frame. And then we've got here this nice police boat, which is the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard, in terms of usually, thinking about migration in the Mediterranean, the Coast Guard usually being part of the problem in that not responding to calls of those emergency calls of the refugee boats, and creating that cycle of what the dominant visual idea is. And then here we know that you're going to be speaking about Banksy, or we've got someone on the panel who's going to be speaking about Banksy. This is the Banksy boat that Banksy has brought to the Mediterranean to rescue migrants at sea as the border controls push the migrants out. So, and we've got a little oil barrel here as well to indicate extractive industries that also have an interest in that space in the sea, and that potentially lead to more of an imagery of where the structural issues come in. So yeah, thank you so much. Go to our last speaker of this panel. This is our hybrid part in that sense. It's our online attendance. Is Susan Ann Samuel. Susan is a PhD candidate at the University of Leeds, where she's working on questions of human rights, international law, and climate justice, where she's also talking about. But Susan is also a published author. She really enjoys creative writing, and her first novel, which is biographical inspired, has gained national attention also in India. Susan, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sylvia Stania, for this kind introduction. I'm humbled and grateful to be here with you all here today, although via Zoom. I'm joining you all from India, a warmer part of the globe right now. So to present my topic and to speak to you on the greening of international law en route to Agenda 2030, the role of youth in enhancing the soft power of the Paris Agreement on climate change. Now, for those who are interested on the climate, this is actually something that I really wanted to explore more about ever since I started understanding about the theme of the conference, especially aesthetics of international law. So moving into the central question, I really want to focus here is that, does climate justice as soft power, enhanced by the role of youth, bring a new green era for international law? So here I'd like to emphasize the imagery of climate justice and how that contributes to soft power. And that's extensively what I will be trying to do here. So for instance, when we think of climate justice, what do we actually visualize? Do we think of Greta Thunberg, or do we think of young people across streets, or students or teenagers throwing cakes on museums and art galleries or things like that? How does international law evolve itself through such visual imageries, and does it, if at all, play a part? So that's exactly what I'm going to try to think of sharing with you, of a few takes on my research on this. So such demonstrations or these activities of the role of youth posted imageries of climate justice as soft power. And I emphasize specifically of Paris Agreement because of the climate ambition it processes or proposes, and the nationally determined contributions, how that's important, the ratcheting mechanisms, the conference of parties, the negotiations, and it all matters. So this reveals new insight about international law and how it is evolving, especially because of the role of youth. And it's not just an artistic pursuit, for example, I've referred to Ed Morgan in his project, The Aesthetics of International Law in 2007, but rather by evoking the meaning of dynamism of international law and politics. So resonating to what his project stresses, how some chaotic situations, so for example, we can take climate change as, for example, how chaotic it is, how much of an existential crisis it poses. Now, does it paradoxically bring magnificent, captivating contribution of aesthetic potentiality, where legal discourses or political influence is actually bringing something new to the platform? Now, so what is soft power after all? And Joseph Samuel Nye Jr., an American political scientist, introduced this term in 1990s. And myself, coming from a law background, but doing my PhD in politics, I've always tried to understand this interdisciplinarity viewpoint. And now defining, so Joseph Samuel defined it as the ability to achieve desired outcomes by attracting others. So the emphasis is on persuasion rather than coercion of payment, for that matter. And he described it in two of his scholarships in 1990 and 2008. And traditionally, soft power, although is understood as a power of a country from economic and cultural influence rather than coercion or military strength, yet here it shall rather mean the global youth movement's ability to collectively achieve desired outcomes by evoking international solidarity. Now, I was actually quite fascinated today for the keynote address when Professor Annelies Riles spoke about the SDGs and how that proposes the whole aesthetic influence for international law in itself. And then there was Jakob Trollback spoke about in the 17th SDG of as initially it was the global consciousness that was actually proposed, but then it later came to the view that it was partnerships for international goals. Now, for that matter, I always used to think about the relevance of international solidarity, and especially in an existential crisis and a planetary crisis as climate change, what does the role of youth or future generations bring to the forefront? And the imagery of climate justice therefore seeks to communicate the idea that climate change is not just an environmental issue, and that's the key part that I want to discuss here. It's also social, a political issue, as well as requiring systemic change and a commitment to equity and justice. Now, coming to the focus is I've made 3 points out of this. I shall first delve into sustainability and soft power en route to Agenda 2030. How does it influence? How does climate change as a soft power influence that? And part 2 observes how climate justice as soft power influence and is influenced by media, political discourses, and legal processes. And part 3 shall conclude by exploring if the role of youth is indeed positing a soft power as a strategy in climate action and sustainability. Is there something real into this? So that's what I'll be looking into. And the next, so the first is like sustainability and soft power. Sustainable development was first introduced into the international policy debate in 1990. So that was a formal introduction when IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, in partnership with UNEP and World Wildlife Fund, published the first their literature, World Conservation Strategy in 1980. Well, this early concept of sustainable development was driven by the need to incorporate conservation by taking into consideration resource limitations and ecosystem carrying capacity while pursuing economic development. But looking into at history, we need to understand that the legacy of Rio Earth Summit, starting from 1992, is still an unfinished business even after 3 decades. Now, what is being anticipated that was like in Rio Declaration would progress into an Earth Charter, which was the vision of Maurice Strong, the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference of Environment and Development in 1992. But he aspired to have the Earth Charter ratified by 1995. However, it took 5 years later to actually have it. And yet again, the Peace Palace situated in The Hague due to global campaign and endeavors of several civil society advocates made this possible. And it was accomplished without any direct involvement by states as in itself. So it was the role of people. So the agency of people, human people, were actually taken into consideration, or that which evoked the resonance. And even if we kind of like understand about these political discourses regarding sustainable development and how it continued, and just like I've mentioned earlier, it still is an unfinished business. Meanwhile, and even earlier, legal proceedings began trailblazing this concept. Now, this is actually seen in 1997's case of Gavrilović-Nagimoris case in International Court of Justice. So the ICJ recognized the concept of sustainable development, leading some to suggest that it may have become a part of customary international law. To understand the evolution of international law through soft power of climate justice, we need to see how, after 30 years, from Gavrilović-Nagimoris case, that was one of the first cases in which sustainable development was introduced in a legal proceeding, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution on March 29, 2023 of the same, evoking this kind of like the International Court of Justice through the resolution for an advisory opinion. And this was actually started, this was a movement started in 2021, led by Republic of Vanuatu, one of the small island developing states, backed by grassroots youth groups. And it was like 1,500 civil society members, a youth organization of 130 countries, reflecting a participatory approach. Now you will be looking at a slide where there's 3 circles. And now I would like to emphasize how this was actually when the evolution of this political and legal discourses came to be. The Brundtland Commission had this concept of like segregating it into 3 main pillars: social, environmental, and economic. So here it is important to understand that the first perspective, referred to as social, is concerned with ensuring that basic human needs continue to be met. So for instance, in looking into social sustainability, establishing and sustaining the societal determination and consensus to fight climate change is a major challenge and opportunity to tether other social policy frameworks into perspectives. For such a social consensus, again, to emerge, it is important that people have an emotional or moral understanding of the climate crisis. That is, there needs to be a gaining of understanding, like greenhouse emissions should be cut and the climate ambition should be made higher. And the second perspective is ecological or environmental. And when we look into it, the social aspect embeds into this ecological, like, for example, the social aspect of the norms, of the norm of bringing into behavioral aspect of individualistic initiations is accounting to the ecological or environmental. And this can be understood like, for example, sustainability will bring various overlaps of the planetary crisis, for example. Finally, the economic perspective is about finding the reconcile economic growth with limitations of a sustainable society in itself. So, and coming to the second point, it's like climate justice in media, political discourse, and legal processes. Now, despite the ongoing debates regarding the impact of digital technologies and media on social movements, a widespread agreement has risen from that digital communication plays crucial role in facilitating successful mobilization and collective action, as well as wider dissemination of information. So moreover, it has been understood like collective identity in virtual spaces has been catapulted. So this has been quoted by Mulder and the scholars et al. In 2022. So they say kind of like Greta Thunberg's initiatives of Instagram posts created this collective identity in virtual spaces, shaping public discourses and raising awareness. And it has been crucial. And also IPCC synthesis report that was kind of like published 2 months earlier also noted how a rise in mass social movements acts as a catalyst and beyond just the climate, because indigenous people, youth, human rights activists, gender advocates, and climate litigators are all coming together. And this is more than a scientific thing, and it's like future-proofing our world, or future-proofing international law through a greening process. And when we look into politics, it's even more interesting because the perspective of soft power is further observed when youth climate movements, because of their dissent, protest, and aesthetic potential, is persuading social norms in the national as well as international politics. But however, climate change politics at both local and global levels fail due to the lack of political will. And I say this because a strong public demand increases the probability that governments will prioritize climate change action. But then for this to happen, there needs to be a role of human agency that brings together different sectors of the society together. And that being said, like, it should also be noted, like, there has been scholars who say, are the youths being a disruptive force or a constructive force for that matter? For example, when they are throwing, for example, a cake to the wall of a museum or destroying an art, are they creating an art, or are they preserving the potential aspect of, or how do they bring attention? Or is it persuasion in itself? Is it soft power? So coming to the legal side, it is important to know how climate litigation in itself, and the other legal processes, such as, for example, in India, public interest litigation, or in Pakistan, it is public interest litigation or judicial activity.
Susan?
Your time is up. Could you conclude? Like really quickly? Sorry.
Okay. No worries at all. Yeah. So this is it, and just that the legal processes is like there is a climate litigation, and it's promising legal as well as political strategies because of all the people coming together for international solidarity. And that said, I would say that whenever we unpack the narrative of a soft power, especially in climate justice, we see threads of human rights narrative more into it. And that kinds of like brings into force and more into international solidarity. And this brings dynamic evolution of international law in itself. Thank you. And yeah, I'm looking forward for the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, great. So I would invite everyone to come back here. Sorry for being so rough on the time, but we all deserve a Q&A. We all deserve coffee. So in the interest of common solidarity and emotions, let's continue to the Q&A part. I think there are so many things which have kind of resonated with our keynote speech as well with the first panel. So I'm not too afraid that there won't be any questions. So please raise your hand. Please, a colleague here, and then Marina. I would say we try to collect as much as possible, and then make a short round of question, and then again. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm a PhD student at the European University Institute. Thanks to all of you for the great presentations. But my question goes to Christina and Digge. And so what I take away from your presentation is that this design thinking at the micro level, designing backpacks, etc., is problematic because it's depoliticizing, it's distracting, etc. But I wonder if there's not more to this, if you could not expand your critique to design thinking as such, or if you would do that, or would you say that design thinking can guide work at the macro level somehow? And so are you trying to say that at the macro level somehow, if we just design laws in the right way, we can overcome this distraction, depoliticizing function? So can we design structures in a way that addresses these critiques? Or do you think the problem is really design thinking as such, this like problem-solving attitude?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentations. They were very thought-provoking, and yeah, it's great to hear your ideas. I'm Berfinder, also from University of Helsinki, and my question was for the first presentation by there and Schroeber Pato. I forgot your name, I'm sorry. I was thinking, because your core question was like, how does international law respond to this sort of kind of problem solving of how does it lead to a particular type of problem solving in this in international law, like this type of imagery? I was thinking I think the core question is more about maybe whether there's a problem at all. I think when we think about refugees, we always consider them as a problem to solve, and as a kind of we problematize their refugiehood. And especially, for example, some scholars like Lisa Malki or Didier Fassan talk about this kind of aspects regarding the problematization of refugees or their perception as kind of extraordinary beings that has to be resolved by a kind of extraordinary laws. So I was wondering whether we should go beyond this kind of problem solving or and think more about whether there is a problem or whether refugees are seen or why they're seen as a problem, and also reflecting probably on 2015 refugee in quotation marks crisis. So thanks.
Great. Can you still take a few? Yes. Okay. Here in the back. Thank you so much. And then, sorry, I will have a question to Susan. I think she hasn't gotten a question so far. I think it's a really important topic to think about climate justice and the frames we're using, especially in a new generation. And that's in the generation which is way more visual than others. But of course, the question is, what type of visuals are we using? I think in your paper, you wrote about hopeful visuals. No, it can get better. But there are also, of course, a lot of people that actually we're using the most shocking images. No, we want to shock people. We want to create big emotions in that sense. So I really wonder if we can talk about one visual language of the climate justice movement, because for me, and that might be my German perspectives, these are very different factions which use very different languages. So I would be interested in your perspectives. I don't know, maybe that's different in India or in other parts of the world, whether we can really have one emotional, and the question between emotional language and the visuals in the climate justice movement. Thank you so much. We have now a few more minutes until the coffee break. I hope you can still continue and persist, and we give 2 minutes to each speaker to respond. Pick and choose what you can answer. Otherwise, we'll basically continue in the break. And we'll start in the...
Yeah, thanks for the questions. I'll respond to the first question on design thinking. And Christine, please add if you want. Well, design thinking can mean a lot of things in design. So it could be the design methods and design theories. And there's also the very popular very marketed version of design thinking. But I think you ask, can we design in the right way? Like, can we design systems and structures in the right way? Or is there something inherently wrong with design thinking? And I think I wouldn't say there's something inherently wrong with design thinking, but there's something inherently wrong with framing social issues as design problems, because they're not design problems, they're political problems, and they have a lot of other underpinnings that come with that. So if it was up to me, I would really try to eradicate the terms problem and solution from design altogether and think more in terms of dilemmas, contradictions, tensions, and how can we actually welcome, embrace, and celebrate contradictions in design, and not using design sort of as an instrument to solve, but to use design as a tangible, physical, material means to create friction. Because I think the most powerful part of design are the experiential, maybe the material qualities that they bring to different settings, to participation, to trying to create something together, to inter and transdisciplinary settings. And those tangible physical elements, if we can use those to recreate those tensions and contradictions to be experienced by all different actors in a systemic issue, I think that's where the value of design and design thinking gets amplified, and not necessarily in trying to solve anything. So that would be my response.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think it's already implied, but the project is then not about designing laws, new laws. Yeah, it's about drawing out ways in which we perceive those dominant frames through law and design, and that leads me to your question. That's precise. You know, we've been very influenced by Lisa Markey's work, for example, as you mentioned, and that's precisely the point of what we're doing. We're saying, you know, if we move away from problem solving, then we can ask questions such as, whose crisis really is this, right? If we focus on the structural harm, then we can think about, well, how were those borders set up in the first place? What is it that distinguishes one jurisdiction from the other, the national jurisdiction from the high seas, and so on? Whose interests, what colonial legacies are in that? Whose interests are represented in that? And where are the root causes of these things that are perceived as crises for the West? So that's kind of precisely the point. So I hope that that has come across, that we in our collaboration want to go beyond that idea of problem solving through our disciplines.
Yes, Sylvia, thank you so much. The one question that I've had was how the frame would show, or like what my perspective is with regard to climate change. Yes, for example, like when you said there are pictures of climate change depicting disaster, but then the perspective that I always would want to put in is about human agency, where, for example, when the first two speakers asked to take the pictures of the boats in front of the table, or the audience took the pictures. So for the online members, we saw the heads of the audience. Now the frames are actually different in different narratives. So for example, like when I was coming from the Global South, I could say more of the legal processes is on the human rights and how that brings about climate justice. So for in the Global North, it's more about greenhouse gas emissions and taking that down. So the ratcheting mechanism. So it's all about how the regimes could converge and international law can evolve. So that will be my short answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for, I think, excellent narratives on different types of images and media. Thank you so much for keeping with the time. Thank you all for asking great questions. I think we all deserve a coffee, but before, give a round of applause to our great panel.
Wonderful. Welcome back to our last panel of the day. Before we have the last keynote of the day, so it's quite a packed program. So my name is Inga Winkler. I'm an associate professor in human rights here at CEU, and I have this immense privilege of just being here today and just being able to listen to all your fascinating presentations. And well, I remember when we first got started on thinking about the program and kind of thinking about how broad the topic is. So I'm amazed how well these conversations go together, how lovely the panels follow on each other, and how many synergies there are to explore. And I think, well, this is the panel that follows extremely nicely on the other ones, where we already started talking about issues related to environment, issues related to resistance. And you'll see many of those themes come up in our panel as well, where you'll see lots of discussion about social movements, about the role of advocacy and activism. We'll be taken through the role of indigenous peoples and their rights. We look at refugees. We look at environment and climate. So I'm very excited about these presentations. And just one more quick note from me for you. I'll be very German and be very strict about time. Not because I want to punish you in any way, but really in the interest of the others and in the interest of being able to have more of a discussion and Q&A afterwards. So please bear with me. So with that, I would like to invite Andre Nunes-Chaib to give his talk. And he's an assistant professor in globalization and law in Maastricht. And in his research, he takes an interdisciplinary approach to issues concerning the law and the Anthropocene. If I understand it correctly, his research focuses on international environmental law, social movements, international organizations, and the intersections between those topics. So the title of the presentation is The Aesthetic Life of Social Movements in International Law, Indigenous Peoples and the New Aesthetics of Life. Wonderful. Thank you for being here, and the floor is yours. Both of them should work.
All right.
Much taller than I am.
Well, thank you very much, Inga. Thank you also very much to the conveners of this very, very interesting and fascinating conference. Right. So my paper here, before I delve into the specifics of what I so far produced in this paper, I wanted to just basically indicate and situate this paper. This is part of a broader project that I'm currently developing, where I am actually investigating and examining how different forms of life, say, and modes of existence are integrated in specific legal systems, both nationally and internationally. And for that, I'm making use of specific theories developed by anthropologists in South America, more specifically Eduardo Viveiros Castro and Tana Lima, and these theories that of Amerindian perspectivism and multinaturalism, to basically understand how different understandings of our relationship with nature can effectively be integrated in general constitutional or international normative orders. Right. So in this paper, however, what I try to do is look at how Etienne Souriau's aesthetic theory provides a framework, or what kind of framework Souriau's aesthetic theory can provide to understand and to better realize the dimensions of representation and performance of social movements in international law, and more specific, of indigenous peoples' movements. Now, Etienne Souriau, perhaps some of you may know him already. He is the one who, to a large extent, has inspired Bruno Latour's return to the concept of modes of existence. And what I'm trying to do in this paper is to delve into Souriau's theory without Latour's intermediary, right? Very well. Well, how does then this paper fit? What is it that I try to get out in terms of result by using Souriau and articulating the different ways in which movements can be seen through his theory? Well, basically, Souriau offers a conceptual framework that provides generally speaking, an interesting platform through which to assess not only how aesthetically we can define or realize the way in which social movements operate, but the conditions under which these operations and activities can effectively have some sort of normative content. Broadly speaking, one of the advantages of Suryo's text or Suryo's theory is that he tries to connect aesthetics and ontology. So this is something that, for those familiar with Latour's work, is very much seen in how he operates his distinctions, and he develops his own ideas on the modes of existence. Now, one of the advantages, again, by looking at indigenous peoples' movements through Suryo's theory is that it also allows us to understand how indigenous peoples' movements rearticulate and sometimes represent, right, a variety of different arguments that are rearranged according to the aesthetical conditions and processes that they see best fit. I will try, when I delve more specifically into how indigenous peoples can make use of this framework, theoretical framework, to be understood, to give one or two examples. Right, so in order to tackle directly the topic of the text, what I'm going to do is just basically introduce some of the concepts of Suryo's theory, then look at how this may or may not impact social movements' understandings of representation and performance, and then finally look at how this can effectively be done, or whether there is any use in looking at indigenous peoples' movements through a Suryo's aesthetic theory. Now, one specific point that I need to make before going into the theory itself, is that, of course, this is a white Frenchman's theory, and how do you use that to look at, so to say, autochthonous or indigenous and aboriginal people's performance? One of the challenges that I face and that I actually try to bring out in this text is precisely to generate the tensions between what can be said from, so to say, a set theory and the practice of such indigenous movements. So rather than assuming directly, even though I'm using it as a testing process, this theory, one of the ideas here is to generate the tensions between the potential for the theory to explain something and the practices that I hope to assess. Now, again, as I said, this is a drafting process, so much of the examples that I hope to include in the paper have not yet been incorporated, but I'll try, as I said, to give a few examples. Now, when thinking about Suryo's aesthetic theory, three general concepts come into mind that define and actually follow and provide the basis for understanding how fundamentally the aesthetical processes and objects can be understood in everyday life. For a starter, before eventually thinking about aesthetical theories as a mere assessment or analysis of the beautiful or the sublime, or eventually aesthetical theories as a sub-branch of theories of art, Suryo understands that aesthetics has to do with everyday life. So everyday performances of what effectively is that we do. So for Suryo, indeed, every single aspect of human and eventually non-human life has an aesthetic content. And this content has also some sort of normative force. And in order to explain this, Suryo uses three basic concepts, which is that of modes of existence, instauration, and dualities, which is connected with a sub-concept called metastability. So modes of existence for Suryo are nothing more, nothing less than the ways in which things and processes appear to us in everyday life. Of course, for as simple as this may sound, the defining feature of his concept is that modes of existence of aesthetic processes and objects are fundamentally detached from the subjective desires and intentions of the creator. They appear to those who actually look at them as objective reality, but they are in turn also fundamentally constituted by those observing, because it is only in the observation by the observer that aesthetical objects and processes can be defined as having a certain mode of existence. So to the extent that I look at a chair and I say that a chair has some sort of, has a mode of existence to me, the mode of existence ascribed to the chair can only be defined insofar as the observer looks at the chair and effectively defines it. Now, this is intimately connected with another concept that Suryo provides, which is that of instauration, which in short can be just as simply defined as the process of creation by the author or by the individual or by the collective of anything that effectively will have or has aesthetic content. Now, if Suryo follows his theory to the letter, that means that every single thing we do, every single action and every single object produced will effectively have aesthetic content. So nothing outside of life actually can be separated from having any content that is non-aesthetic. But in this process, what Suryo effectively wants to emphasize is that even though we are not directly intended to create objects with aesthetical content, the processes by which we devise and create things and elaborate on activities inevitably produces changes in those things, generating different forms of existence for these things which have normative content in the world. So they appear to us as inducing, at least if not some kind of knowledge, some potential for a kind of action. And finally here, then I come also to, how this can be eventually applied or at least integrated into how we understand social movements operating at the international legal space. And for the purposes of my paper, I'm looking at two specific spaces or institutional spaces in particular, that of international organizations and that of international courts. Now, of course, this effectively is already much. So these are two broad spaces. But indeed, what I'm trying to see and what the paper tries to show is how effectively by the process of, by applying, for instance, the concept of instauration, we can understand how social movements reenact and reproduce political content and legal content in such a way so as to re-articulate potential arguments that one has when effectively just, say, taking part in as observers in international organizations, processes of treaty making, for instance, right? And all of this generates different forms of understanding and relating to social movements, and in particular those with an institutionalized form that perhaps allows us to understand that the value in producing and generating mechanisms of change comes not only with general political and legal strategies, but come also with a decisive aesthetical content. And to give but one example, here I think, for instance, when prior to or before the International Labour Conference takes place at the International Labour Organization, it is very common for a variety of workers' unions to organize a whole week in which, rather than providing workshops and information sessions into their agenda and what they hope to achieve in certain conferences, they organize small music and theater events where they, instead of actually talking about the laws or the recommendations and conventions they hope that pass, they sing and perform the various ways in which they see the problems and the solutions for them occurring. Now, finally, when it comes to indigenous peoples, there are different ways. The concepts apply in a very similar way to that for general social movements, but there are different ways in which this has appeared recently. And one of the most perhaps prominent form of reenaction of indigenous peoples, say modes of existence through process of instauration in international law, comes through the recognition, admission, or at least debating of the rights of nature, right? So for the most part, if people were to think that, say, indigenous forms of life have been translated to a large extent into liberal legal form through the invention of rights, the recognition of legal form of natural entities. This can, through, say, Suryo's theory, be understood as a form of reenacting in aesthetical forms, different types of legal arguments that have been pushed forward. Now, it is important to disconnect also, in this case, a variety, it's important to disconnect indigenous, say, modes of existence from environmental claims. They're separate and very distinct things, even though oftentimes they are connected. And what I've tried to do in this paper was precisely to show how, in many ways, what we think is effectively claims of indigenous peoples are indeed not so much. And what we can see is that through these processes of reenacting their own modes of existence, there is a new ascription of value and position to traditional knowledge and practices that significantly have impacted the way in which we look at international law. And to give but one example, to finalize, a couple of years ago, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights decided on the Chucuru. It's an indigenous peoples of the north east of Brazil. They've decided on the recognition of indigenous territory there. And one way in which the Chucuru represented their arguments was not by making use of civil law and property law arguments, but by directly referring to how, through a process, a variety of rituals and performances they have conducted over the centuries in that region, that piece of land was actually more than just their territory, but it was actually part of their collective being, and that couldn't be dissociated from an individual being. So in conclusion, that's just to say that for as much as one might see that these legal arguments are just representing different forms of, reenacting legal arguments, it is through precisely these virtual and aesthetic forms of representation through these modes of existence that they can eventually, be rearticulated and put forward. And with this, I thank you all very much. That's it.
Wonderful. I mean, thanks so much. Yes, there you already are. I'll move out of the way in a minute. So I'd like to introduce Daniel Bertram and George Hill, both from the European University Institute, where Daniel is a PhD researcher and George recently completed his LLM. Both, I think it's fair to say, share an interest in the Anthropocene, intergenerational equity, transnational environmental governance, and then look particularly into how that plays out in the context of visual advocacy. So we're going to continue the themes that were already brought up about the environment and environmental claims and the right to a healthy environment and how that plays out in the context of advocacy. So there you go.
Thank you very much for these introductory words. Thank you very much, Andre, for setting the stage so neatly for us. Hopefully we can provide some flesh to some of the philosophical modes of existence that you've just prompted us to think about. Thank you very much also to Tommaso for inviting us, to all the organizers. just a word about the story behind the story. So this project was envisioned and conceptualized when both George and I were at the EOI. George has unfortunately since left the academic world and is now practicing. But George was looking into the role of war paintings in relation to international humanitarian law, and I'm still doing my PhD on the criminalization of ecocide. And so we were sitting at lunch and we started talking about the quite extraordinary visual language that one actually finds in ecocide advocacy. And so we decided to look into this together, and the outcome of this is this paper that I'm very happy to present to you today. So the paper starts with the notion of visual advocacy. And we've already heard quite a bit about visual advocacy and the role of visuals today in different areas of the law: international refugee law, international human rights law, international environmental law just now. And we are going to be zooming in now on international criminal justice, which is an area that has been enmeshed with visuals since its kind of inception. The Nuremberg trials, for instance, were televised, and this visual entanglement between international criminal justice and visual forms of argument have only grown ever since. And we term this notion of visual advocacy to describe particularly the use of visual media to make normative claims in the language of international criminal justice. And so this is a very broad notion. In this sense, visual advocacy includes both advocacy within the courtroom, but also outside of the courtroom. This type of visual advocacy, we argue, is sort of ubiquitous. Just think of, for instance, the pictures of the mass graves in Bucha in the wake of the Ukraine conflict that have been popping up in the media and that have been promoted actively by certain civil society actors as well. And it is indeed the case, we argue, that visual advocacy in international criminal justice has proliferated recently. The drivers of this are touched upon in the paper. One can look at the proliferation of social media, new forms of media in general, but also obviously at the international growth of international criminal justice as a field. And then the question becomes, well, how do we make sense of this as scholars? And the way in which scholars typically make sense of the world is through typologies. So in that section of the paper, we think about how one might go about building a typology of visual advocacy in international criminal justice. So one might look at different actors engaged in visual advocacy. So that might include states, for instance, that use certain visuals to make certain arguments or claims. Obviously NGOs, right? NGOs and civil society actors. The ICC itself uses visuals to promote itself, and many, many other actors. Visual advocacy might also pursue different strategic aims. For instance, visual advocacy might be used in a forensic setting. So this is the type of in-court advocacy that one thinks about, sort of forensic provision of evidence of war crimes or certain international crimes. One can think about enforcement of international criminal law. The most famous example here is obviously the Kony 2012 campaign that probably most of you have heard of. Sometimes visual advocacy is advanced to support institution building, again, for instance, to support the ICC itself or other international criminal tribunals. And in this particular case that we're looking at, visual advocacy is actually used to support a legal reform project to change something about the way in which international criminal law works. Our proposal in the paper, however, is to look at the political function that visual advocacy performs. And here we envision the scale with, on the one end of the scale, you have the epistemic emancipatory potential of visual forms when it comes to making claims about international criminal justice, right? So in this sense, the visual format of these claims challenges the epistemic tradition of law, which focuses on the spoken and written word. And so in this sense, there's something inherently disruptive about making visual claims in international criminal justice. But on the other hand of this spectrum, and here we draw on the excellent work of, among others, Christine Schwirble-Vattel, these visuals and these images also reinforce certain stereotypes and biases that are already present in the structure of international criminal law. And we are interested in sort of positioning the ecocide campaign along this spectrum and probing to what extent it might serve an emancipatory end, or on the other hand, might end up reinforcing these stereotypes and biases and tropes of spectacular violence, the ideal victim, etc., that international criminal justice comes to rely upon so much. So we test this in relation to the ecocide campaign. Most of you will have heard of the ecocide campaign. It's a movement to criminalize environmental destruction, severe environmental destruction at the international level by amending the Rome Statute and bringing ecocide within the realm, within the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court as the so-called fifth crime, right next to genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggression. We particularly focus on the role of victims, or on the notion of the victim as the so-called new sovereign of international criminal law. So this term comes from Sarah Kendall, Sarah Nouwen. So the victim has really become a very central figure in international criminal law more generally. And also in the ecocide campaign, the victim is central, because the question is, well, who is the victim of ecocide? Is it the human? Is it an animal? Is it a plant? Is it an ecosystem? This is very much up in the air. There's considerable debate about this. It's kind of very blurry. And so we find it very interesting to look at how victimhood is visualized with regards to the ecocide campaign. And so just one word about method, and then I'll hand over to George and he'll show you all the cool pictures. We conducted a visual content analysis of 68 images that were sourced from Twitter and Instagram, but most of them were cross-posted, so it was essentially the same on both platforms. They were posted over the year 2022, which was particularly important for Stop Ecocide advocacy. Lots of important international events, domestic events, and all of them were posted by Stop Ecocide International, which is the central social movement organization, a central advocacy actor for this campaign. And George will now show you these pictures.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, it's a privilege to get to do sort of the fun bit of this presentation. Daniel having set out sort of the theoretical background and why it matters, really. So yeah, as Daniel said, this project kind of emerged out of a sort of happy coincidence of our interests. I was looking at how historically visual media have been sort of an under-theorized aspect of the construction and proliferation of international law. And essentially, I saw in, it makes it sound like you're sort of prodigy. That's completely not how it is. But no, in hearing Daniel talk about ecocide, I saw sort of an emerging case study where my work had been very much historical of how imagery, and especially in respect of victimhood in international criminal law, how images can really, shape the law, and not just provide sort of representations in a passive sense, but to be a really active presence in the sort of epistemology and that kind of knowledge economy that emerges. So I think the message that we want to put out through, and that I want to put out through showing you through these images, is that a lot of what's happening with ecocide and what happens with international lawmaking generally happens in the visual parts of our imagination. It's not something that that is developed in the way that we receive it, which is so often through written or oral communication. So I'm going to go through sort of three things that we've diagnosed in the imagery. And we're quite selfishly very much here to hear from you and to get your hopefully kind of contradictory perceptions of what these images mean, how they impact, whether it's lawyers, whether it's politicians, whether it's normal people concerned with the environment or not concerned with the environment, in fact. And what these three themes kind of draw out. So we'd be very grateful for that in the Q&A section. So we're starting off with victimhood. And the key thing for the purposes of this project about ecocide is the fact that it demands a non-human or post-human idea of victimhood, in that the environment is asked to be the victim. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, I'll speed things up a little bit. What you see here is, at least in two of these images, very kind of very human faces. You've got very expressive eyes here. You've got things that actually link quite closely to perceptions of human suffering that we associate with traditional victimhood. And it's deliberately quite sort of humanoid figures that are chosen. And you get these docile eyes, and it's almost kind of begging something of the viewer in the way that we might expect. But then we get kind of a contradictory image here with the beached whale, and there are exceptions for every one of these rules. And I think a really important thing that we've noticed is that this imagery is different from what it was when we first started looking at it about a year ago, I suppose. And that things like animal victims with expressive eyes staring into you and asking you to support ecocide is more of a thing than it was. One of my favorite things about this is looking at the framing and the positioning of the viewer in relation to environmental destruction. In the bottom right here, you've got what was about a year ago the typical approach, that the viewer is put at ground level as close as possible to the destruction. You also in that one get this kind of dichotomy of pristine, unblemished, perfect nature, and then the blemished, sort of dirtied, post-ecocide victim nature. But then a recent one, which we presented this elsewhere a few months ago, and I specifically said you don't get the image of the world as a whole, because they want to focus it on it being not just this kind of global issue. And there's a bit of a contradiction here, because you want to think about it globally, but you have to recognize the fact that it can be dealt with locally, and that it has very real, very local effects on people. So there's a question of scale there, a question of empathy, how close the viewer is placed to the destruction in question. Now, for something completely different, when the ecocide movement refers to law, you get this completely kind of anti-environmental, with the exception of the beach there, again, a new addition. You just get these images of, we've talked earlier about the scales of justice and gavels, and it's just completely kind of closed off. And it's almost as if they're responding to the fact that that law is this kind of anti-visual field, and that perhaps in order to gain legitimacy in a legal sense, you have to be pandering to this very traditional, very kind of dark, sort of mysterious, and we were saying there's almost quite a kind of gendered aspect to this. And there's a really odd dichotomy there between the claim that Stop Ecocide are trying to make when looking at nature, and then the claim visually that they're trying to bring into the courtrooms. And that's a much more toned down one, and one that probably says quite a lot about the relationship between images of this kind and notions of what is legitimate in a legal sense, and that you have to tone down and pare down what's going on if it doesn't match the sort of typical typology that policymakers or even lawyers perceive other lawyers as preferring. So I'm just going to conclude really by saying that this project's kind of at the intersection of both the relationship between law and image, and then also more obviously at the relationship between human and environment. And we think that those intersections and the way that that those two relationships intersect on this question make it one that we're going to keep looking at, and we hope that there's something in this that has resonated with you and that you'll find interesting too, and can maybe take up in your own research as well. So yeah, looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this and wildly different perceptions of the picture of the seal or whatever. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you both. So I think, what already came through in your presentation is really, how central this question of agency is. And I think we'll hear even more about that in Berfinu Osso's talk, who's going to take us to a slightly different part of the world and a slightly different area of law, focusing on refugees. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Helsinki, and she's going to speak, as you can see, on narratives of agency, understanding the refugee experience through painting at the EU's peripheral borders, that really centers the narratives in the paintings created by refugee artists and their visual practices to understand this in the context of migrant agency. So again, I see lots of parallels to this morning. So looking forward to hearing more about it. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. And today I will talk about the migrant agency. And what I understand from agency is actually the kind of the decision or the freedom of decision to navigate one's own life without the intervention of any humanitarian actor or any kind of state actor. So it is the agency of humans themselves in deciding about the matters of their lives. This is a kind of a finished work. I'm writing an article-based doctoral thesis, and my thesis basically looks at the interplay between externalization of migration management and migrant agency at the EU's external borders. So in this case, I'm focusing on the Greek Lesbos island. And before starting, I will talk about my background because I think it's very important when we consider interpretation of images. So I have a lovely picture here, as you can see. I have a background in law and political science and international relations, but beyond all, I'm an immigrant and cartoonist myself. So I have this multidisciplinary background, but I'm also trying to understand people's experiences and how they're affected by borders like I did. I came from a country that is considered as global south, from Turkey. And when I immigrated to Finland 6 years ago, I had to collect all these documents, apply to residence permits. And every year I had to pay tons of money to extend my permit. I'm kind of naturalized recently, but throughout these years, I've seen and experienced a lot. So I will take you back to 2016. These brothers in arms, as you can see, they had signed this really infamous agreement that is considered as the migration deal. Officially, in the press release, it's known as the EU-Turkey statement. And after this, there has been so many changes in what we know as the Greek-Turkish border, and especially in the maritime border, because this agreement itself, it specifically considered this legal space of the Greek islands, these Eastern Aegean islands. And the agreement actually focused on the return of these refugees who transited through Turkey, known as a transit country, and to the Greek islands. So in this legal space, this created legal fiction, refugees were considered as kind of not present, and they can be returned on the basis of safe third country concept or readmission agreement between the EU and Turkey. And of course, on the informal side, we see these pushbacks that in some countries, for example, in Poland or in other external borders of the EU, we can see these kind of frameworks as legalized, for example, in the known or the so-called migration crisis at the EU borders. So there's a kind of a challenge between ethics and law here. So And how we understand the law also depends on how we kind of see it in real life. So, for example, in this new close control access center that is built on one of the 5 Greek islands, or the so-called hotspots, these carceral spaces embody all types of borders, as I will come back later. And here we can see these double NATO fence structure. These you can see this camera. Someone is watching, as you can see, but who is watching and who's actually being watched? So that is also debatable. And this is a place, as you can see, it's in the middle of nowhere. There are no humans or no houses at site. So it is clearly out of sight, and refugees are put in this kind of carceral space, out of sight and mind. So what we understand from migration or mobility, because migration is also kind of a problematic concept, because if you ask critical border scholars, they would say we should actually talk about mobility, because migration is actually something managed, something to be understood within the framework of law and politics. But if we consider mobility of migrants, refugees or asylum seekers across international borders, it is again problematized by the construction of different borders. This can be the physical borders, as we saw in this, for example, the agency between Greece and Turkey, and that was also discussed, for example, today with this like string line that was kind of invisible line that we can consider as borders. But also these legal frameworks like EU-Turkey statement, it's clearly a border because it creates these structures that kind of construct these structural boundaries against the mobility of certain people. And also it locates them to these Greek islands, so they cannot move outside the islands. They're geographically restricted in these spaces, and now they're being even restricted more in those so-called closed controlled access centers. So what I understand from this framework is a border regime between borders and mobility. There is this constant tension that is ongoing between the mobility of different people and also between borders. And as I mentioned, like there is this conventional conceptualization of borders, which are clearly defined as kind of lines in the sand or some lines between countries and stuff. And we call them as territorial or physical borders or political borders. But there are also these more performative conceptualization of borders that are everywhere in the society. They're in the biometrics or in the visa applications or in residence permit applications or in asylum procedures. People are subject to these 2 or 3 years of waiting in these Greek islands while their asylum claims are being processed. So in this sense, the borders are also created or constructed by these legal rules. So we call them as legal borders, but also they're in our discourses. So when we otherize or when we dehumanize refugees, this also construct these borders around them, which leads them to, in the end, create this kind of boundary around them within the society. And we can, of course, like talk about these numbers. Currently, this is actually from October 2022, there are over 100 million forcibly displaced people, which includes asylum seekers, refugees, and IDPs, internally displaced people. But beyond that, we can think that borders actually affect people, especially when we're talking about these international or cross-border movements of people. But these are just mere numbers. So what I tried to do is to look beyond these numbers and see the human aspect of it. So this is the project that I was examining in my paper. This is a project called Hope Project, which is on the Greek Lesbos island, one of the hotspots. What they're doing has emerged from this provision of these humanitarian needs of the refugees in the first place in 2015 refugee crisis. But then the NGO also created this therapeutical center for the refugees who are contained in the hotspot centers of Moria refugee camp. And the refugees started to come to this center, engage in different types of artworks while they're trying to escape from the conditions of the Moria refugee camp. And since 2018, they created thousands of pictures or paintings that actually reflect their experiences of borders and the law. And in my paper, I actually focused on how this kind of narratives are emerging from these paintings and how they actually challenge different types of borders, both in a physical sense and in a conceptual or invisible sense of borders. But I will briefly talk about this, what kind of approach I kind of had in my paper. I basically draw on the visual methods and qualitative analysis of the images. Of course, when we talk about the visual, we can trace it back to the visual anthropology and visual sociology. But of course, it is now growing, and as we are in this conference, we can also see it is now growing also in the field of law. And it actually provides different ways of seeing, as John Berger said in the book, Ways of Seeing. Visual approaches provide these kind of different ways of seeing, understanding, and interpreting images on the basis of who you actually are. Because this is something, the interpretation of images comes from your own kind of social, cultural, and kind of environment and your own background. And of course, like visual methods can be used to collect and interpret different pieces of art as research data. So what I was trying to focus in my article was actually visualizing the operation of borderings, but from the perspective of refugees themselves. Because when we think about borders, we always consider the state perspective, how it manages different types of people, how in these statistical numbers, these refugees are sort of affected by the borders. But looking at this from the perspective of refugees themselves provides different ways of seeing of their own understanding of law and borders and in their particularities. And of course, we can also get useful insights regarding how they challenge physical borders and how they defy these symbolic borders that portray refugees as victims or villains. So this kind of binary that runs around in the media or legal or political discourse actually kind of undermines the agency of migrants themselves. So through their paintings, refugees are actually challenging these portrayals. And also, last but not least, we can get a way to understand complex social, cultural, legal, and political phenomena from the perspective of refugees themselves. And refugees are also subject of law or the refugee law. So this provides some kind of understanding about how they experience and perceive the law from their own perspective. When I did this search on Google, of course, AI or search engines are biased. What it actually showed to me were kind of the representation of the refugee in the humanitarian or the international organization or the media discourse. As you can see, it specifically focuses on the suffering of refugees and how they are kind of in boats or in camps, how they're contained and managed, and how they're suffering and crying. And of course, like migrant, the word migrant is also indifferent when we look at these images in Google. My case study actually focuses on the representation of these borders from the refugees themselves. Nazgul, who is a 22-year-old refugee, told me that her paintings are taken from the real life of real people. As you can see here, she's representing these kind of refugees crossing from one border to another, and from her own perspective and from her own cultural and creative perspective. And Najib also was a refugee who was in Moria refugee camp for 2-3 years. And he actually represents here how the Moria refugee camp that was burned down in 2020 affected their life. And here you can see the refugees running from the camp, but you can also see how in their everyday life they're surrounded by these makeshift tents and these camp structures, and also these unhygienic conditions. So it really represents from within and from their everyday life how they experience this waiting and this the legal borders that are surrounding them. And my objective was, of course, understanding refugees' own perspective through the imagery they produced themselves. But in this context, it is the images they produced are beyond my reach. So they're kind of produced outside the research purposes and without my involvement, which gives actually this natural environment for them to reflect on what they actually experience and also what they have been through. And my research questions were kind of focusing on these narratives and also finding what these paintings tell about their agency and against and despite borders. And I focused on the qualitative analysis of 70 paintings by 33 refugee artists from 2018 to 2022. And I triangulated my analysis with the interview I conducted with the founders of Hope Project, and also written testimonies given by the artists whose artworks I represent here. And as a result, I found 3 common narratives that focuses on the past journeys of refugees, but also their present in the refugee camp and how they are surrounded by these constraints in the space and time, and how they reimagine a hopeful future within a tide of uncertainty and freedom. And while considering the images, I also considered the site of the production itself. That was something that mentioned in Gillian Rose's book. She talks about this site of image itself and site of production. And site of production actually focuses on how refugees could create these images and what led to them to create these images. And as you can see here, they're actually focused on in this environment, they can focus on and reflect on their own experiences. And I used 9 categories, and we can talk about them later. And of course, this kind of simplifies the image itself. But what we can say here is that these people are human, and they're imagining a future, although they're constrained by these barbed wire fences or these kind of environment that dehumanizes them. But that doesn't mean that they have a life, and they are not. That doesn't mean that they are not able to reimagine themselves and reflect on their rights and also the borders that are affecting them. To conclude, I think we should have more of these projects, because we can go beyond the common narratives or the dominant narratives that are in the media and legal and political discourse, and we can better understand how borders and law affect people in context, and how refugees reflect on these experiences from their own perspectives. And to sum up, I also like kind of reflect on my own imagination or own experience of or own perception of borders from the refugee crisis of 2015. And these are actually challenging the dominant narratives that are in the media and also in the society. And thanks a lot for paying attention.
Thank you so much. Thanks for these fascinating presentations so far. And I mean, thanks to all of you for bringing all these amazing visuals. We're moving online now. Federica, can you hear us?
Yes, sorry. I was
okay, great.
Yeah,
great.
I'm trying to share this screen.
a moment of silence. We can hear you as well.
Excellent.
So Federica Violi is an associate professor in public international law at the Erasmus School of Law in Rotterdam. And her research interests include land grabbing and natural resources, investment arbitration, and more recently, the visual turn in legal studies. So perfect fit for us here today. So her presentation is going to be on performing resilience in law and art, and really looks at this dichotomy of resilience and resistance. Very much looking forward to that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Tommaso and the other conveners. I'm really glad to be here, even if just online. It's been really a blast so far. And I will try during my presentation to sort of enter also into a dialogue with other papers that have been presented so far, but also some of what will be, I guess, presented tomorrow. And I'm very conscious of the time and that I'm the last one on the panel, so I'll try to be as concise as I can. Okay, so let's see if that, of course, doesn't work. Yes, okay. So we see an image actually repeating here. The public has become very familiar, as we have heard, with a recent series of acts involving the perturbation of the cultural heritage, from activists targeting paintings in various musea to the iconoclastic fury against colonial monuments or statues. And these activists are, of course, performing acts of protest against a socioeconomic, but also the legal system that is unwilling to fully dismantle the structure involved in, for example, climate change, but also to effectively grapple with an uncomfortable past. And they are choosing to do so, deploying what I think is an aesthetics of violence. And this, of course, has generated quite a diversity of reaction, both in us as the general public, but also in the authorities with reactions that were not necessarily proportionate at times, and really left us wondering what claims are these activists really articulating, and how do we decipher the response of the viewers, the response of the public. Now, this aesthetics of violence aims at elicit not only the hyper-visible violence of processes like climate change on socio-ecological system, but also the violence and domination that is inherent in the legal frameworks that sustain this type of effects. And the deployment of these forceful aesthetics, I think it's very interesting because it unsettles the politics of the aesthetics of reason, which is in fact what law is usually or traditionally used to advance its legitimate authority. So in other terms, what these violent acts do is altering or trying to alter the perception in the public of states' inaction or failure to act as neutral and unmasking it for what they are, willful and violent. So in very short terms, they are exposing the violence of law. And international law's violence, we've heard that already, is quite pervasive and overwhelming, directly or indirectly. I mean, think of the violence inherent in the discourse around development in the context of state building, the register of control and exploitation of resources linked, to notions of the permanent sovereignty of the natural resources. But also recently, Michael Fagri, the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, for example, has articulated very well the violence involved in food systems. And even if we move to areas of international law that are considered more progressive or presented as more progressive, like international environmental law, we still see this violence somehow permeating the legal regime. This was demonstrated relatively recent in a very interesting empirical legal study on the Paris Agreement, where the language and forms of the provisions still articulate sort of an imposition of meanings as universal, as neutral, while still relying on discourses like technology or progress as the only means to survival, while nature still remains really an object. And this, of course, hasn't escaped activists, but also hasn't escaped artists. And I'll go very, very quickly here. These are two images, in fact, two details of two artworks. The first one below is Oscar Murillo, is a part of a larger exhibition. It's called Violent Amnesia. And here what he tries to convey is sort of a willful persistence of colonial violence both internally and externally. And here he's targeting his own country, Colombia, and the way it's still reproducing the same colonial order, in his words, in an unchanging framework of reference, the law. On the other side, we can see the detail of a mural of Rafael Cauduro on the wall of the Suprema Corte de Justicia, sorry for my horrible pronunciation, in Mexico City. And I think this is very interesting because this piece of art was analyzed by Manderson. And what he says here is that this artwork really inaugurates the category of visual critical legal studies. So the aesthetic choices of the artist really become necessary to articulate a specific legal argument. And the legal argument, again, in the words of Manderson, is a refusal to succumb to either the aesthetic or legal abstraction of the law, and instead show its complicity in producing injustice and violence. So it's an aesthetic strategy that enunciates a very specific normative discourse of rights that speaks directly to the violence and the invisibility that is produced to the system. Now, the question is, how do we move from here? While the aesthetics of violence, I think, is clearly articulated both in the activists' actions and in the artists' work of art, it also predicates a more or less implicit request for something, for change, for a response. And how can we define and actualize this request? Now, let us quickly return to the actions of the activists, and I think it's very important. So they refuse to define themselves as artists. However, they engage directly with artworks that carry a specific meaning. So they are effectuating a performance which, in the words of Friedberg, it mobilitates the power of the images. So many of the targeted paintings depict the changing natural landscape. So they speak directly to our environment and the climate. All the monuments attacked, of course, are addressed to very controversial figures. So what these actions do, they activate the value of art, and they show that cultural heritage is neither static nor inert. Now, I think this is a very important passage. So to understand the response that these actions elicit in the public, we have to rely on what has been defined the sociology of the perturbance of the cultural heritage. So the erosion or the attack to these artworks make us perceive cultural heritage as something that can cease to exist, something that can be erased, something that can withheld together with its memory, along with our socio-ecological environment. So the affective aesthetics of threat to cultural heritage is inherent, I think, in a sense of risk and in a sense of urgency and uncertainty that locate these actions in the conceptual framing of resilience. So a threatened cultural heritage conveys a sense of urgency and a need of a response. Violence is really taking arts back as a form of civic instrument of democratic participation. They're using cultural heritage as a public square. They are relying on the collective bond that we have in the art to articulate specific claims. And they take the contestatory and dissonant form of resistance against to articulate instances of resilience for. And if you think of it in material science, the resilience is a specific form of resistance. So everything resilient is also resistant. However, not everything resistant is also resilient. And I think that in order to attend to this request of change, of response, we might move, or law and art might move from an aesthetics of violence to an aesthetics of resilience. And I'm very conscious, there is a super expert in the room, Silvia, on resilience, that resilience is a quite complex notion. And I'm using here for the purposes of this work, the definition provided by the Art of Resilience in Salzburg in 2017. Resilience refers to the capacity of nature and of humankind to withstand shocks and to adapt and renew dynamically in the face of adverse and potentially disruptive conditions. So here the definition is really, the core is with adaptation and renewal. And I'm loosely relying on the recent work of Bruno Latour around what he termed the ecological question, which he later reframed as the survival question. How do we live together? And as such, this is a question that requires a high-speed response and the contemporary activation of three aesthetics, so a triad of aesthetics: scientific, artistic, and political. So what is the point here? How can we identify resilience? Now, resilience in art is very much, I think, related to the ability that art has to provide a visual coding that we need to engage empathy and thought. And something very important that was mentioned before in the Q&A, the art is also able to convey contradiction and division, but also entanglements across human and non-human. It transforms perspectives, and it does so at the level of knowledge integration. So artworks can work, sorry for the mouthful, as boundary objects, as bridge objects, and direct participation. And by that, I don't only mean as the participation of the public in enjoying works of art, but actually I'm thinking of certain instances of participatory art, for example, environmental participatory art, where people were directly involved in the completion. I will show an example in a second, completion, co-creation of the artwork. And that allowed them to come into connection with their natural environment. So people who were never involved, for example, in natural resource management, all of a sudden discovered a different sense of identity towards the earth that can be transposed at the political level. So the arts are able to inject imagination into institutional and communities processes of reinvention of societies, of resilience. They have a proactive rather than reactive capacity. I mean, I'm thinking here also of post-conflict scenario. What theater does provides a space for people to come together, to speak the unspeakable, to imagine the possible. So what really art does is providing alternative imaginaries, or with Latour, alternative cosmologies. What happens in law? So what is that we expect from resilient societies? And here I'm again relying on this seminar that was held in Salzburg in 2017. Resilient societies are able to shift focus, provide for the vulnerable, and reorder priorities and generate adaptive arrangements. Now, how is resilience articulated in law? Not resilience of law, I want to make that clear, perhaps we can discuss it in the Q&A, resilience, socio-ecological resilience in law. I also want to note that very often lawyers were not participating in this type of conversations around the art of resilience. And I think epistemologically, that's already a very interesting finding. Now, the legal linguistic register of resilience mechanisms typically relies on risk, hazard, contingency, and urgency. But the approach is very much a liberal one. Risk analysis, cost-benefit analysis, control over the emergency powers, and relies on the notion of authority, very much related to how we empower authorities rather than how do we reduce the risk. And there is very little about the involvement of those directly affected or even other stakeholders. So very little about empowering individuals or communities in a context of resilience building. If we look at the international environmental law terrain, nothing much changed. I mentioned already this study before. Concepts resonating with socio-ecological resilience and the very much needed participation of the local communities, the marginalized communities, they really are at the operational periphery of these provisions, of the relevant provisions. If we look at the climate change regime, terms like vulnerability, resilience, creativity, hope, they appear both quantitatively and qualitatively way less than other meta-narratives like development or economic progress, moving our gaze towards colonial injustice or reparation for colonial injustice or international criminal justice. Oh, apologies. We still see that these regimes, I'm talking about the prescriptive level, seem rather oblivious to the unheard or to a diversity of perspectives and the imagination of alternatives. I'm thinking here of the Ongwen case at the ICC, where indigenous practices and beliefs were dismissed as unfit, or the question of the reparation of colonial harms, very much focused on public apologies for moral responsibility and on what Carsten Stan has defined as false dichotomies, statutes of limitations, the impossibility of relief, the strict agent victim liability. So these type of discourses really bar healing and renewal of unjust social structures and still keep perpetuating these aesthetics of the law as an abstraction. Now, this is, of course, not to say that resilience cannot happen in the context, in the current status quo. I mean, think of domestic, it was mentioned before, domestic and international strategic litigation, but also cultural heritage restitution mechanism that nowadays are more and more connected to a sense of identity building. what I mean is that, again, at the prescriptive level, if you will, international law still struggles to incorporate the elements of resilient societies. Now, what do we do then? I think that we can sort of help resilience moving forward through a synthesis of artistic and legal inquiry. And in this sense, I want to suggest a move. So Lewis, in the context of anti-Black movements, has suggested that our judgment and our vision is conditioned by pre-reflective narratives. It's a little bit what we said before, right? So they are cemented in the ideas of whiteness, in the colonial legacy. And I want to suggest here to move rather to a pro-reflective narrative of resilience. And that might contribute to a construction of visuality that is able to articulate really participation, representation, renewal. I think I have perhaps 1 minute left, so I'll go very quickly. The idea is that the art can help, affective aesthetics of artworks can help produce better juridical assessments of complex affective states. It sounds like a mouthful, but if you think of rape, torture, being exposed to artworks that convey the emotional realities might help us change our ideas, for example, on rules of evidence or statutes of limitations. And this has already happened, I think, and I conclude here with 2 works of art. One is called The Witness Blanket, and the other one is The Tree Mountain. Witness Blanket is very interesting. It's a huge 3-dimensional work. It includes 900 objects of First Nations, Canadian individuals, groups, churches, and institutions. And it has been executed as a monument to the generation of Aboriginal children who were removed and forcibly assimilated in the society. The interesting aspect here, I'll highlight 2 aspects. First, there has been no formal acquisition on behalf of the museum. It's rather a stewardship agreement, which basically recasts acquisition as an ongoing process of caretaking to be renewed at various intervals. And it has been finalized through an indigenous ritual, through an indigenous ceremony. So the artwork, in the words of Key, really aims to redirect the powers of law towards accommodating a plurality of voices rather than just a privileged few. And I think, and we can discuss it in the Q&A, I think it speaks very much to relational theories of reparation justice, because it speaks towards the future and maintains a dialogic element. And finally, Tree Mountains is an environmental art project involved the plantation of 11,000 trees by 11,000 people. It's based on a very highly mathematical design model. And here, the 11,000 people became co-creator of the work of art and co-owner, the co-artists. And this has really challenged the notion of copyright and ownership in the context of artworks, but also the idea that nature can be commodified or owned, because these trees can never be sold. They will stay there forever. In fact, this has become a huge land reclamation project to restore environmental damage. So I will end with yet another definition. Artists bring meaning, visualization, and imagination to legal processes, and by doing so, elicit participation in the public discourse and placemaking. Eventually, culturally infused decision-making could contribute to governance of resilience through the re-engagement of individuals and communities. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking more of my time.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Federica. I'd like to invite all of you to come back up. Thanks for these fascinating presentations. I'd like to open it for questions, comments, ideally more questions than comments. Yes, please. Do we have a microphone?
Thank you. What amazing papers, and so varied as well. I have, I suppose, one thing to ask, and this applies both to Federica and Berfin, I think both of you. I wondered to what extent you're idealizing the aesthetic, or a particular kind of the aesthetic, in terms of maybe its therapeutic potential, or in terms of the political impact that it might have. So And I suppose I'm playing devil's advocate here against my own paper tomorrow. But one of the things that strikes me might be said in both of your cases is that, well, I mean, this is all very well to say that we would have some kind of political agency grasped through art making or participation in art in some way. But surely, I mean, doesn't that just divert people's political action away from more productive avenues? So isn't this, I think the word was used before, a distraction? So I suppose that's one question. Federica, I had just a couple of suggestions of things that might be interesting for you. One is Maggie Nelson's book on violence and art. I think that might be a kind of an interesting place for you to look, maybe following some of Judith Butler's ideas about aggressive non-violence. So I'm wondering a bit in Federica's case whether she needs to disavow sort of the force of artwork in that case. But super presentations, I thought.
Thank you. I saw another hand in the back. Yes, please. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much for very interesting papers, presentations. I would like to ask Andre, if I understand you well, so actually with regard to these indigenous people, or generally with regard to indigenous peoples, in terms of their mode of existence, they are not so separated from nature. They are part of nature. They are part of the land. I mean, there is some kind of symbiosis or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yes. I have two questions. The first one goes to Bertram and Hill on visual advocacy in the ecocide movement. My question is that, don't you think your visual pictures understate the condition with respect to ecocide movement? For example, of the pictures that you showed to us so far, I only think one is a bit reflective of the situation on ground, the one with dark fumes. All other ones, I have a doubt if they really communicate the emotional experience of the situation on ground. So, though I don't have access to about 68 pictures that you said you worked on, but I think you may probably have to gather more pictures if those ones do not really reflect the emotional experience on ground. So that's my first question. So basically, it's like your advocacy now is a bit of understatement. Then the second question goes to also on narratives of agency. Now, at what point do you think that the narrative experience by this artist borders on the exaggerated? For example, an artist has communicated his experience as a migrant, but it's like somehow is a bit exaggerated. Yes, he has experienced some suffering. It's like the suffering is a bit exaggerated. For example, your last drawing, which of course I think you yourself actually produced, shows a bit of exaggeration. Yes, that's my assessment of that drawing. So at what point do you think the experience, the drawings